Hello everyone, my name is Kumar and welcome back to my channel Kumar Programming. Today we are going to create a project, library management, and it would be an end-to-end project, and this project I am going to develop in Node.js, TypeScript and Mongo DB. So now let's see at the end of this project how this project will look like and what all the things that we are going to cover in this project. So in this project we have a user authentication with the JWT token, and here we have a functionality for registration, sign in. And once users sign in, then after that we would be having a route as home route, author route, where we have the functionality for search, add author, view author, edit author and delete author. And after that we are having the book route. In the book route also we are having search functionality, add book and view, edit and delete book. Okay. And then after that we have a contact route where we are having a functionality for the contact us feature, and then user can sign out and register. Now let's see the roadmap, how we are going to proceed. So now first of all we will do the project configuration, where we will configure our project, and then after that we will configure with the MongoDB, and after that we will do our Git configuration and we will upload our project to the Git, and then after that we will do the TypeScript configuration, and then we will do the route configuration and its management, and then after that we will create the collection in our MongoDB database, and after that we will do the model creation, and further we are going to configure our view engine, EJS, embedded JavaScript, and after that we will do our layout configuration where we will create our header, footer and body, and after that we will do our style and header, and further we are going to implement our user registration, and then we will implement our user sign in, and we will do our field validation, and after that we are going to encrypt and decrypt our password, and then after that we are going to implement JWT authentication, and further we are going to implement CRUD operation for author and book, and after that we will see error handling, and then after that we are going to finish the functionality for home and contact route, and eventually we are going to build and deploy the application. Okay, so now let's start without much more time spending on it. So let's flip to the Visual Studio. Here I have created a library management project which is completely blank as of now. So first of all we are going to set up the project. In order to set up the project, let's open the terminal. In order to open the terminal, we have a shortcut as a Control J. So first of all we have to run npm init. Npm init is going to create your package.json file for your project configuration. So it's asking for the package name. Package name I have given a library management version 1.0. I'm not giving any description. Entry point is index.js. I'm just giving all the default value. Okay. So if you see here, my package.js created. So now here we are going to create a project in TypeScript. So first of all we have to install TypeScript. So in order to do that, npm install. So we have to install as a dev dependency because it is not required at the server side. So what we will do, we will just pass the parameter as a save dev. Okay, and then we will use the TypeScript. So let's get it installed. So if you see here, my dev dependency as a TypeScript has been installed, and there is a package log JSON file is created. Package log JSON file is nothing, it's just having the dependency, all the required dependency for the whatever the package that we have installed. So if suppose that your package log.json file have been deleted, so it's not a problem, but all the your package.json file needs to be there, right? Okay, and if you see here, node module folders also is being created here. Now if you want to check the version of the TypeScript, so we can check by tsc. This is TypeScript compiler -v. It will give the version of the compiler. So if you see here, currently we are using latest version 5.1.3. Now let's create the TypeScript configuration file. For that we have to type tsc init. Okay, -- init. Now it's going to create your TypeScript configuration file. So if you see here, my TypeScript configuration file is created now. So we have here a lot of options. I'm just going to use the default one, and I'm going to delete the rest of the other things. So let me just delete the entire one. Yeah. So here if you see in the compiler option, we are using the target ES16, ECMAScript 2016, and we are using the module as a common JS, and output directory that we are having a build. So let me create at root level a directory as a build, where all the build file is going to be there, all the JavaScript from TypeScript to JavaScript. Okay, and then we have module interrupt true, and we have strict true. We have force consistent casing in file name true, strict true, and skip library check true, and include we have source folder. Okay, so let me create source folder at the root level. So this source folder is having all your TypeScript file. Now let's create our first TypeScript file. I'm going to give a name as a server.ts. TypeScript file is having always extension as a .ts. Now we have to import Express. So Express is not installed yet. So we are going to install as a Express. npm install. This is required to run at the server side. So we are not going to use it as a dev dependency. Okay, and we have to install types. Okay, because now we are creating the project in types, so most of the type checking and all is being done with the its type. So we have to install as a dev dependency at the local npm install @types. Okay, and express. So now express has been installed. Now let's see our package.json file. So if you see the package.json file, dev dependency, okay, is being installed as a TypeScript. But if you see here, dependency is here dependency installed as a for express types is as a dependency, but we don't want it here. Okay, because this is just required at the client side, so we are going to move it to the dev dependency. Okay, so what we will give, save dev. Okay, so now if you see, this is going to be moved to the dev dependency. Only as of now we require express at the server side. So if you see, it's automatically moved to in the dev dependency. So always we have to be take care what all the dependencies required at the server side and what all the dependencies are required at the client side. Okay, because these dependencies are only required at the client side. Okay, so it should not be here. Now let me import this express. So we are going to use the import statement. Import, because we are using ES6 ECMAScript 6, so we can use this import express from express. Okay, now let's create the application. Const app equal to express. Okay, so here our application is being created. Now let's create the server. So here app.listen, we are going to listen port, and the port which we need, that is going to be come from the environment file. Okay, so let me create an environment file at the root directory, and environment file always having a extension as a .env. Okay, now here we will go give as a server port as a, let's give as a 4001. Okay, now in the server.ts file, how to access that environment variable, we have to use the process.env dot, and then so I've given the variable name as a server port. Okay, and then we have to pass the fat arrow function as a callback function here. Now let me console log. Here I'm going to use the template literals. Template literals are the part of ECMAScript 6. Server is, and we have to pass the variable in template literals. Like first we have to give the $sign, and then we have to give the curly bracket. Okay, process.env.server port. Okay, now one more important thing is that you can install some of the important extensions, which are, you can install easy icon themes. So if you install the easy icon themes, you can see all these icons like this, which would be easily to recognize. And then you can install the error lens also. Error lens is basically if you do some error, then it's going to give you the error detail right there. Okay, and then you can install live server. It is once we are going to execute our application, so automatically it's going to be reflect to our browser, so we don't have to refresh again and again. And then you can install the Mongo DB versus code. So if you install the Mongo DB versus code, you can see here the Mongo DB information. So your server would be here, it would be connected. I've already created a server, so it's showing the connection over there. You can install the PowerShell You can install the prettier also, and Thunder client is being used to send the request from client to server, so we can test our API. So these all are the some important extensions are there that you can install. So now let's run our server. So in order to run the TypeScript file in Node, we are required TS Node. Okay, TS Node is a TypeScript execution engine for Node.js, and it allows you to run your TypeScript code directly without pre-compiling your TypeScript code to the JavaScript, and it all does in the memory itself. So now let's install to the TS Node. So we have to be installed as a npm install TS node, and this needs to be installed at the client side. Client side, it means it's a development side. Okay, it's not after development completed, it's not required. I mean, like server side, it's not required. So here we have to just use the dev. Okay, so it's just required at the development side. So let me install it. So it's installing now. So TS node has been installed now. Now let me go to the package.json file. In package.json file, if you see here, TS node has been installed at the dev dependency. Okay. Now let me run our TypeScript file server.ts. Type here TS node. Then we have to pass the ECMAScript module ESM, and then we have to give our path for the file. Okay, TypeScript file. So here our path is src, then we have server.ts file. Okay, now let me run this. So this ESM that we can define it dynamically. So here if you see server is running on port is undefined. Okay, so why port is undefined? Let's go to our server.ts file. So if you see here we have given a process.env.server port. All this environment variable is accessible only if you have configured the .env. Okay, so now let's take the .env file, import that, import .env from .env. Okay, now we have to configure that. Okay, .env. So .env.configure. So we have not installed the .env. So let me install it in a separate terminal. npm install. Now again think .net.env is required at the development side only. Okay, because environment file is not going to be uploaded to the server, because all the environment variable are going to be picked up from the server itself. Okay, so npm install --save dev and .env. So our .env has been installed now. So here .env.config. Okay, now we will be able to see the server port. Okay, now let me run this application once again. TS node ESM and then path. Now you can see our server is running at the port 4001. If you want to avoid this -ESM parameter while execution each and every time, we can configure it inside our tsconfig file. So here we can give as a TS node. Inside that we can give ESM equal to true. Okay, so now here we don't have to pass our ESM configuration every time. This is ECMAScript module. Okay, now what we want to do, our application should be running whenever we are doing any changes in our any file. Okay, so in order to do that, we have to install nodemon. So let's open the terminal. npm install. We have to install at the development side only. So save dev and nodemon. Okay, nodemon package is basically used to run your application automatically. Okay, so you don't have to run again and again your application whenever do your changes. So now let's see in our package.json file. If you see here, nodemon has been already installed. Now let me run our application with nodemon. So we have to just write nodemon and source folder and then server.ts. Okay, now let's run it. So if you see here, my server is running now, and if you want to do any changes and we save it, so automatically it's going to run our server once again with the nodemon. Okay, so that is the benefit we have with the nodemon. So we don't have to execute the command again and again. Now let's try to build our application. So let's open a new terminal. To build from TypeScript to JavaScript, we are using the TypeScript compiler. So if we just type tsc TypeScript compiler, it's going to convert or transpile all your TypeScript file to the JavaScript file. Now if you see here, my build folder So whatever the file we have in the src folder, everything is being transfiled into the JavaScript file. If you see here tsconfig file, we have given the output directory as a build folder, and all the files needs to be included from the source folder. Okay, so if you see here, my server.js file have been created here, and this can be executed at the server side. Okay, now let's go to the package.json file and write the script for all those actions. So here if you see, already we have a command inside the script. So now let's write the other commands here. So first command that is going to be write for the compiling from TypeScript to JavaScript. Okay, so we have to write tsc, and we are going to use the command as a tsc. Okay, simply tsc. And once it's compiled, and once we are going to compile it second time, we have to remove our whatever the file we have inside our build folder. Okay, so we have to write the command for the removal as well. So now let's write the command for the remove. So let me just type it as a clean, and then we have to write rm, that is for remove. Then we have to give rf is basically remove, and check if that particular folder is there or not. If there is folder, then it's going to be delete. If that folder does not exist, then it won't take any action further. Okay, now we have to give the path name from where we have to delete. Okay, so it's build. Okay, and once it is built, then we have to run our application. So let's run as a command as a start, and then we have to use node build from build folder, and then we have to use our server.js file. Okay, and if we have to run our application from the TypeScript file, then we have to run for the dev, and then we can write as a nodemon. From nodemon we can start. Okay, and then src server.ts. Now if you want to run all these commands in a single line, then we have to use the npm run all. Okay, so what we can do here, we can just type as a build all, run all, and then we have to give all the command. Okay, so first of all we are going to run the clean. So here we have the clean, and then we have tsc, and then we have start. So once our code is ready and we are ready to build and run, so we have to just run npm run build all. Okay, this command is going to execute our clean, our then it's our compiling from TypeScript to JavaScript. Then it's going to start the application from the JavaScript file. Okay, now let's test it. So now let me close our other terminals where applications are running. Now open a new terminal. In order to open the terminal, we have to press the Ctrl J, that is the shortcut key we have. So here we have npm run all, right? That module is not installed yet. So let me install first npm run all module. Npm install npm run all. Okay, and that is required to at the development side. Okay, so we are going to give it here as a save dev. So npm run all is getting installed now. Now let's see our package.json file. So if you see here in the package.json file, if we see npm run all is installed as a dev dependency. Okay, now we are ready to run our application with the command. So now let's see the command here, the build all. Okay, so now let me open a bash command. Here we have to run npm run and then build all command. Okay, so this is the build all command, which is going to first clean this directory, and then it's going to be build tsc command and then start. Okay, and this is our start command, this is our tsc command, and this is clean. Okay, so all these three commands is going to be executed one by one. So npm run build all. Okay, now let's see. So if you see here, yep, the folder is being removed, build folder, and now our tsc command is getting executed. So if you see here, now server file is being generated, server.js, and finally it's going to run the application. Okay, build server.js. So our server is running on port 4001. So this is the way that we have to execute our application and build it. Okay, now let me create some important folders that we are going to use inside the src folder, source folder. So first we are going to use the config, and then we will be creating for the controller. So we are going to create a folder as a controllers, and then we are going to use the models where we are going to create for all our database models, and then we are going to use the routes, and we would be using views. We are going to use the EJS template. There are a lot of templates available, but in this specific application we are going to use EJS. So here I'm going to use as a views. If any other folder is required to configure further, I'll make it later on, but yeah, as of now we are good to go with these folders. Now most of the initial configuration has been completed for this application. Now further we will see how to connect Mongo database. Now let's create the configuration for the database. So go to the config folder, create a file here, config.ts. In this config.ts, we are going to create a variable as a username and password. Okay, so const mongo username equal to, we are going to take this value from our environment file process.env dot, we'll get the username. Okay, mongo username. In the same way, we are going to take the password as well. Okay, now let's create this username and password inside our .env file. Since already I have created a username in our MongoDB database. So now let me tell you how you can create a MongoDB user. So you can go to the mongodb.com and you can create your account here. In that account, once you'll go to the database, you can create the database over here. I have created a database, and if you are going to connect this database and MongoDB to Visual Studio Code, okay, so here you will get the username and whatever the password that you have created while creating your account, you have to put it over here. Okay, so this is the connection string that we have to provide in our application. So now let's create the Mongo URL in our config. Const mongo URL equal to, we have to provide the same URL. Okay, so the URL is, now let's go to the application. Now here we can pass the Mongo username. Okay, so this is my username. I'm going to replace it with $sign and Mongo username. Okay, and here we have the password. So let me replace with the password as well, Mongo password. Now our connection string is ready to use, but before that, here we are using the process.env, so we have to use our .env. We have to import module .env here as well. Okay, so let's import .env from .env. Okay, now we have to be config that .env, then after that we can get the value. Okay, so .env .config. Okay, so once we'll do the config, then after that we will be able to get all these values from our environment file. Now let me create the server port as well. Here we have given server port as a 4001. Now we have to use all these values, so we have to export these values. Okay, so now let me export this value. So we have to write export keyword, export, and this is the constant config. It's going to be returned as object. One property that we are going to give as a Mongo, and it should be having URL, and URL would be Mongo URL. Okay, now second property should be server, which will returning the port. So it's going to return the port, and port would be server port, right, that we have created here. Okay, now this object is ready to export from this file. Now we are going to use this configuration in our server.ts file. Okay, so we have to import this file. Here we are exporting, right, and then we have to import this file in our server.ts file. Okay, so how can we import that? So there are two ways to export. Okay, normally we can export like this. Okay, and we can export in another way, that is a default export. Okay, so how to do that default export? So we are going to remove this export from here, and then we have to be write the keyword export and just use the keyword as a default for default config. Okay, if we are doing in this way, default config. Okay, so in our server.ts file we have to just import config from config. Okay, if we are doing the default export, then we have to just write here config. Okay, but if you are not using the default export, then we have to wrap this into a curly bracket. Okay, now let's show that things as well. So here, if you are not doing the default export, right, so here we are using export keyword. So in this case, it's not going to read that. Okay, so see, it's giving the error has no default export. Okay, so if it's not a default export, then we have to wrap it into a curly bracket. Okay, so it's going to work in the same way. Now here we can just refactor our code. So this is going to be config dot server dot port. Okay, now let's create our database connectivity. Okay, with Mongo database. In order to connect with the Mongo database, we are required a library as a Mongoose. Okay, so let me install that. npm install, and this is required at the server side, right, because it is required at development side as well as server side, because connection would be needed at the server side as well. So we are going to use only Mongoose. Okay, we are not going to give the save dev option here. Installing now. So Mongoose has been installed. If you want to see, you can see now I have two dependency here, Express and Mongoose. We are using the version 7.3.1. Okay, now let's go to the server.ts file and import our Mongoose. Import Mongoose from Mongoose. Okay, now let's connect with the database mongoose.connect. Okay, In order to connect, we have to provide the URL. Okay, so URL is config.mongo.url, right? That's what we have given. So now once Mongo is connected, now let's create a database connection. Const db equal to mongoose.connection, and then we have to use db on error. Okay, if any error comes while connection error, then we have to log the error. Okay, and if it's successfully connected, then db dot connected once open console.log database connected successfully. Okay, and once our database is connected successfully, then we have to create and start our server. Okay, because there is no meaning, okay, to just creating and executing our server before creating a successful database connection. So once database is successfully created, then after that we have to start our server. Okay, now we can write this in a separate function. So now let me create a separate variable, const start server equal to, we are going to pass as a fat arrow function, and in that fat arrow function we are going to call this our server code. Okay, now we will call this function over here. Okay, so now let's test it first. So we are going to execute npm run dev command in order to run. So if you see here, already we have created for the dev execution nodeman src server.ts. So we are going to execute the same command, npm run dev. Okay, now let's see if it is running successfully or not, and database is getting connected. So it's great. Now if you see, the database connected successfully, and then after that we are getting the message as a server is running on port 4001. So first we are creating a successful database connection, and then we are creating the server. Okay, now in the next section we will see how to use the TypeScript. Okay, as of now, if you are seeing here, all the codes that we are writing mainly in JavaScript only. We are not using the type over here. Okay, because this is having an express type. Okay, so in the next section I'll tell you that how we can use the power of TypeScript. Okay, but before that, let me commit this code to the GitHub so all of you can take this as a reference. So let me go to my profile here. I'm going to connect with my GitHub, and here in the repository I'm going to create a new repository here as library management. Okay, so this is available now. I'm going to make it as a public. I'm going to create a repository. So my repository has been created. So this is my repository link that we have to use. So, and this is the command that they have given the suggestion how we can add it. So I'm just going to open my terminal, use a new terminal over here. First of all, we have to do the initialization for our Git. So in the same folder, I'm going to use the Git init. So Git has been initialized now. If you see here, as of now, we have more than 4000 files, but we are not required to commit all those files. Okay, like build, node modules, and environment file. These files are not required to commit. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a file at the root level, gitignore.git ignore. Okay, in this file we are going to give all the folders or files which are not required to commit. Okay, so we will give here a build, and then we will give for our node modules, and then we will .env, right? Okay, so now if you see, as of now we are seeing only 8 files are there to commit. Now let's check git status. Git status basically give the list of all the files which are on track, are ready to commit. Okay, now let me add all those files for the commit. So git add, you can put the dot here. Okay, dot is going to consider all the files which are there to commit. Okay, if you want to give the manually, we can give all the file names manually here using the space. Okay, I'm going to add all the files here. So now if you see, all the files have been added here. Now let me show you git status once again. So if you see here, these all are the files have been added. Now git commit. Now let me open up git bash command prompt. So if you see here, as of now we are connected with the master branch. Now let's change the branch, git branch, new branch name. Okay, So I'm just going to give you the branch name as a v1. So now if you see, we are connected with the branch v1. Now let me commit all those codes. Okay, so git commit -m, and then we have to give the message. Okay, so here we can say as a application setup and database configuration. Application setup and database configuration. Okay, now let's commit it. So this have been committed. Now we have to push the code to the repository, but as of now we have not connected to the remote. So now let's connect to the remote first. So if you see here, we have given the command as a git remote add origin. Now use this command. So this is already added to the, if you see here, remote origin already exists, so already it's added. Now push the code, git push origin. So now it's pushing the code to our git repository. Now let's see. Now if you see here, code has been already pushed now in the version 1. Now in the next section we will see how to use the power of TypeScript and add types to our code. Now let's flip to the Visual Studio, go to the server.ts file. Here we are going to use the types from TypeScript. Okay, so Express itself provide a lot of types from the TypeScript. So here we can use Express itself. So this Express is going to be returned by from this Express. So we can put it as a type of Express here. And if you don't know what kind of this type would be, then you can just over it. You will get the detail over here. Okay. Now if you see here, we are having this connection is also returning the mongoose connection. So this would be the type of connection as well. So here we can put as a connection. Now further, let's see, this error would be the type of string. Okay, so we can just pass as a type string, and this function is not returning any value, so we can pass it as a return type as a void. And this function also not returning anything, we can also put it as a return type void. Okay, this function also not returning any type, so we can mark it as a void. So if you see the code that we have written in JavaScript, and on top of that we have added the types. Okay, here we have several types that is given from the Express. So that is request, response, and next function that is being used for the middleware. So as of now I'm not going to use it because we are going to use it in our route once we will discuss with our router. As of now we are using only Express here. Now let's try to build it and run this application. Now let's open the terminal. In order to open the terminal, we have to press Ctrl J, that is the shortcut key. Let's add up git bash terminal here. So in order to run in local, we have a command here, npm run dev. So let's start to run in the dev environment first. Npm run dev. So our nodemon is going to execute our server.ts file here. So nodemon is executing server.ts file. So starting now. So if you see here, database connected successfully and server is running on port 4001. Okay, now we have to build this entire ts file whatever we have to the build. Okay, and run the application. Now let's stop it. In order to stop, we have a command as a Control C as a shortcut key. Now run npm run build all. So now first of all it's going to clean the directory, build directory here, and then after that it's going to compile the code from TypeScript to JavaScript, and then after that it will execute. Okay, so if you see here, my build directory has been cleaned now. So now it's compiling, tsc command is getting executed. So if you see here, now build directory has been created. Now it is going to run the build server.js file. So great. So now if you are seeing, the database connected successfully as well as our server started running from our build folder. Okay. Now if you see here in the build folder, we have our server.js file as well as config.js file, which have been compiled from config.ts file and server.ts file. So whatever the TypeScript file we have here, it's being compiled into the JavaScript file. Now in the next section, we are going to create our route. Now let's create our first route. Go to the route folder, create a new file, index route.ts. Now let's close the other tabs here. Now let's first import Express. Import Express from Express. Okay. Now we'll create the router, const router equal to express.router. Okay, it is going to create the router, and that would be type of, so we'll add the type as well. Okay, and this router is going to be exported from express library. Okay, so now let's create our first route. That would be the get router dot get, and in this we'll just give our root path, and then we will give our callback function. So in this we will pass the request and response, and this request and response would be type of request and response, which is getting exposed from express module, request and response. Okay, now here we will send the response dot send. This is first get response. Okay, now we are required to export this export router, and we will export it default. Okay, now let's use this router to our server.ts file. So here, first of all, we have to import this file, our router file. Import index router from routes and then index route. Okay, and then after that we have to use this router in our middleware. Okay, so here we will add this as a middleware, app.use, and then just for the default route at the root level, and we will pass this index router. Okay, so now we have injected our route into the middleware. Now let's see, let's close this, let's run it locally, npm run dev. Okay, so node1 is starting the server. So now our server is running, and now let's see if our route is working properly or not. Let's go to the Thunder client. In the Thunder client, so let's create a new request. Here we have to just pass our http localhost, and then we have to give our port number, that is 4001. Okay, and now let's send it. So if you see here in the response, we are getting status as a 200. Okay, and this is first get response. So our index route is working fine. Similarly, we will create the request for authors and book. Okay, so now let's create the route for author and book. Go to the route folder, create. Better to have a copy from here only. So let's rename it author route, and similarly we will have a route for the book route. Okay, now go to the author route. Mainly we are using here 4 type of request: get, post, put and delete. Okay, get, when we require some data from the server, then we are using the get, and when we want to submit, when we want to save some data, then we are using the post, and in case if you want to update something from the database, then we are using the put, and if you want to delete something, then in that case we are using the delete request. Okay, so now let me just copy this and get, post, put and delete. Okay, put and delete. Okay, now here I'm going, in the put I'm going to pass the id, and delete also, that we require to pass the id. This is my first author get response, author post response, author update response, author update response, and this is author delete response. Okay, and similarly we are using for the book as well. Okay, so I'm just going to copy all these routes and paste into the book. Okay, so now in place of author we will replace the book. Now let's go to our server.ts file. Here we'll add the routes for all our book and authors. Okay, so now let's copy this, and here we are going to add for author, and here we are going to add for the book. Okay, now this file is going to be come from author route, and this is coming from the book route. Okay, and we have to add these router to our middleware. So here we are going to add author router, and here we are going to add our book router. Okay, now let's test it. So if you see in the background, my node.js server is getting restarted whenever I'm going to do any changes in my file. Now it's running. Now let's test our, and before that, here we will add for author default route as a author, and here we will add the default route as a book. Okay, now let's go back to our Thunder client. So in Thunder client, if you see, we are having this request. Now let's add here author. And if you see, this is the author get response. And if you are going to put the post, so this is author post response. So post is also working, and put we have to give some ID here. So this is author update response, and delete. And if you see here, this is author delete response. So all the routes are working as expected from the author route. Now let's test for the book. So we'll just pass as a book our get response. Get request for the book router is working. Post, this is post response, this is also working. Now use for the put we have to provide some ID. So here this is book update request response, that is also working. Now let's test for the delete. So it's working for the delete as well. So all the routes are working as expected from author route as well as book route. Okay. Now let's move to the author route. Now further, we are going to move all these logics to the controller, because it's not a good idea to have all those logics in the router, since once we are going to have a big project, then it would be very complex and it won't be easy to handle it. Okay, so now let's move all those logic to the controller. Now go to the controller folder and create a file, author controller.ts. Okay, now here we can create a class like author controller. Now let's create a static variable over here. So we'll give as a public static, and the variable would be the get author. Okay. And now here we'll put the logic from the author route. We are going to cut it and we'll paste inside the. Okay. So as of now, we don't have the response here. So let's import, or let's take it from here itself, Express. And now we will export this, export default as a author controller. Okay, close it for now. Okay, now go to our author route ts file. So here we can use author controller dot get author. Okay, so if you see here, it's automatically imported from author controller. Similarly, we'll do for post request as well. Okay, so post would be save author. Okay, so now go to the author controller, we'll create a same static variable, and here we will use for the save author. Okay, now this is post response, author post response. Okay, let's have for put and delete. Okay, now here we have update author, and here you would be having delete author. Okay, this is for update author and this is for delete author. Okay, now from here we can remove all these logics and directly we can use author controller dot save author. Okay, similarly here also we can use author controller dot update author. Okay, and here we can use author controller dot delete author, author controller dot delete author. Okay, now in the next section we will create the database in Mongo DB, and as well as we will create the models. Okay, so now let's create a database inside the Mongo DB. Here let's connect with the mongodb.com. Let's connect with my account. It's connecting to my cluster. So in this cluster, now let's go to the browse collection. So in this cluster, we have an option to create a database. So here we are going to create a database as a library management. Okay, and we will create the collection as author. Okay, now let's create it. Here we have additional preferences. So let's go ahead with the default option. So now if you see here, we have a collection here as an author. Now let's add another collection, that is books. Okay, let's delete it. We will create a author that we have to drop that collection. We would like to create a collection name as a authors. Okay, so here we will create a collection authors, go with the default preferences. Now if you see here, we have created a collections authors and books from the library management. Okay, and both are blank as of now. Now we need to connect this library management from our application. Okay, so now let's go back to our application. Here all the connections details that we have given in our config.ts file. So if you see here we have to pass our database name, library management. Okay. Now it's going to connect with our library management database. Okay. So let's see if it's getting connected with our newly created database or not. Yep, it's database connected successfully. Now let's create the model from the Mongoose. Okay. So go to the model folder. I'm going to create here author model, author.ts. Okay. Inside this, first of all, we have to import our Mongoose. So we'll write import Mongoose from Mongoose. Okay. Now I will create the interface because we are using the TypeScript. So we can take the advantage of TypeScript. So let's create an interface, export interface, and interface would be iAuthor. Okay. Interface always we have a prefix as a iAuthor. Okay. And that is going to have the property as a name, as a string. So we can pass it as a name, and that would be type of string. Okay. Now let's create another interface, export interface iAuthor model. Okay. That would be the interface of the author model. Okay. iAuthor model, and which is going to be extends from iAuthor, extends iAuthor as well as document. Okay. Document is exposed from the Mongoose. Now let's document we can expose from the Mongoose. Okay. Now further here we have to give the comma. Now let's create the schema, const author schema. That would be type of schema. Schema is also exposed from the Mongoose. So we can put it from here. So schema equal to new schema. Okay, we are going to create the object of schema here, and we'll pass all those properties. Okay, now here we have only one property as a name. Okay, so we'll create name, and that would be type of string. Here we have to give as a type, and that type would be string, as well as it would be required. Okay, so we'll give as a required true. Here I have given the timestamp in order to maintain the created and updated date. Now we have to export this model. So we have to use the keyword export. Export default mongoose mongoose.model, and that model would be type of iAuthor model, author model, and then we have to give the model name. So here this is the model author, and then after that we have to pass the schema. Okay, so we have created a author schema over here. Okay, so let's pass the author schema here, author schema. So now we are ready with the author model. Now similarly we'll create a model for book as well. Okay, so now let's copy this file, paste it here. Now let's rename it as a book. Okay, go inside the book file. Here we have to replace all the author as a book, author as book, book model iAuthor iBook, and here this needs to be there as a book, and this needs to be book. Okay, in the book model we are going to have some more fields. The first one we are going to have as a title, as a string. Okay, then we would be having a description, that would be also a type of string, and then we would be having a published date. Book would be having the published date, right? And that would be type of date. And then we would be having a page count, which could be type of number. Okay, and we would be having cover image. Okay, we have to save the book cover as well. Okay, so we'll give the cover image, and that would be type of buffer. Okay, because we are going to store the image. And we would be having author, right? We have to provide the author details for this books belongs to which author. Okay, so we'll give author, and that would be type of mongoose, and it would be schema dot types dot object id. Okay, now we need to update our book schema. So here we are going to use the title, and then we are going to use description, and then we are going to use as a published date, and that would be type of date. And then we would be having a page count, that would be type of number, and then we would be having a cover image that would be type of buffer, and then finally we would be having a author, right? Author, that would be type of mongoose schema types object ID. So we'll copy this, required true, and we have to provide the reference. Okay, so reference would be author. Okay, now we are ready with the book model as well. Here I don't know what is this Mongo came from. Remove this. Everything looks good. So far we have done with the router, controller, model template creation. In the next section, we will see specifically for all the routes, and we will create our view template. Now let's commit our code. Let's open a Git bash terminal. Let's see how many files are there to commit. Git status. So we have here controller, models, and route folders. Okay, as well as we have config.ts and server.ts. Now git add dot. Okay, so it's going to add all of our files to commit. Now check again git status. Git status. So if you see here, all of these files are ready to commit. Now we are going to commit it. Git commit -m. -m is the message, and the message would be routes, controllers, and models templates created. Okay, but before that we are going to make it a new branch. Let's copy this. Let's create a new branch. Git branch -m, and then we will give the branch name as a v2. Okay, so now we are in the v2 branch. Now let's commit. All files are committed in the v2 branch now. Now git push origin. So it's asking to the commit into the head branch. Control V. Let's commit it. Git push origin to the head. So now it's all files are committed. Now let's see. Let's open the GitHub. In the library management, if you see, we have branch 2 v2, and if you open src folder, we will see all our config, router, model, all folders are pushed to the Git repository. Okay, now let's go back to the Visual Studio. Let's close all the files here. Close the terminals. Now let's go to the views folder here. Now let's create a folder as a layout inside view. This layout is going to have a layout which is going to be common for our entire project. So now let's create a layout file inside layouts folder. We are going to use EJS template here. EJS is basically embedded JavaScript. This is the commonly used in our Node.js applications. There are several type of templates available in the market, but yes, in this application we are going to use EJS. Now let's configure our layout. So first of all, we'll just press exclamation sign, which is going to create our HTML template. You have to just press the exclamation sign and then press tab. Automatically it's going to create this HTML template for us. Okay. Now in the body section, let's give a title as a library management. Now in the body section, we are going to give as a header, footer, and body. Okay, so let's give as a header section, and then we will give as a body section, and now we are going to use our footer. So these header, footer sections are available in HTML5. Okay, so these tags are available there. So now we are going to use the footer. Okay, now let me mention here, this is my header and this is my body and this is my footer. Control A, Control KF. So it's going to format your page. Control KF is going to be used to format. This is footer. Now let's configure our layouts. So go to the server.ts file here. So here we would be requiring our EJS module as well as Express EJS layout. So now let's install first. Control J. Let's create another terminal over here. npm install, and then we have to install EJS and we have to install Express EJS layouts. So we are going to use types here and then Express EJS layouts. Now let's install it. So both of the modules have been installed. Now let's see in the package.json file. So if you see here, Express EJS layout is installed and as well as EJS has been installed. Now let's go to our server.ts file. Here import Express EJS layout, Express EJS layouts from Express EJS layouts. Okay, now we have to be configure over here app.use as a middleware Express.js layout. Okay, app.use as a Express.js layout. Okay, as well as we have to set our view engines. Okay, so app.set and then we have to use the view engine and view engine as a EJS. So we have to inform to the node which view engine that we are using. Okay, so we are going to use our EJS, embedded JavaScript. Now we have to set our views as well as our layouts. Okay, so now let's set app.sets, and here we have to set our views. Okay, so we are going to set our views. Where exactly that we have to find our views? So we are going to use variable dir name. Dir name is going to return the directory from where your source code is available, and then we are going to add it with the views. Okay, because our all the views are going to be inside the views folder. Okay, so now we have to configure our layouts. Okay, so we are going to give our layouts app.sets, and we have to give our layout. Okay, and layout would be there inside the layouts folder. Okay, layouts inside layout. Now we had configure our view engines. Okay, we are passing the view engine as a EJS, embedded JavaScript, and then we have configure our views. So if you see here, views are there inside the source folder, so that we have to configure, and then we have to configure our layout, where exactly our layout is there. So the app.set layout, that layout is available inside the layouts folder. Okay, we would be having some of the static file as well, like our JavaScript file, our style sheets. Okay, so we are going to create a folder inside source directory as a public. Okay, inside public folder we are going to have style sheets script. So let me create some folders over here for style sheets, and let me create a one more folder inside this as a script. Okay, so here we will put our all the style sheets and JavaScript files here, which is going to be used throughout the application. Now let's configure this. So here we are using app.set, and we have to give as a express.static, and we have to define what all the files that we are going to give as a static here. Okay, so here we have to define as a public src public, right? Here we have to use. Okay, because this is going to be used as a middleware. So now, and we remember that these all the configuration needs to be before our configuring routes needs to be configured at the end of the middleware. Now let's use one more thing, app.use as a express.json. Okay, that is being available inside the express, so we are not needed body parser anymore. Okay, so we are going to use as a express JSON. So now we have done with the configuration with the layouts. Now let's go inside the views folder, and let's create a file as a index.ejs, and let's give here as a body. And now go to the layout.ejs file. Here we have header, body, and footer, right? So whatever the code will be there written in the inside the EJX, that is going to be come inside this section. Okay, and this header and footer will be common for throughout the application. So let's see how we can write our body section. So we have syntax, and we have to use this percentage sign hyphen. Okay, and here we have to just write type body. Okay, so this body automatically it's going to take the index.ejs file. Okay, now we have to configure our header and footer as well. Now first let's try to run this if it is working or not. So before that we have to go in our controller, and if you see in our index controller, here we are having a response.send, right? So in this our index controller we are going to use response.render, and in this response.render we have to provide our index file, right? So we are going to give our index.ejs. This index.ejs is going to be render over here. Okay, and let's remove this response.send, and so now let's try to run this if it's working or not. So we are going to use as npm run dev command, npm run dev. Now it's running. So it has given an error as express EJS layout module not found. Okay, so here we have installed its type. So we have to install this module as well. So let me install this module, express EJS layout. Now let me run it once again, npm run dev command. Now our server is running at the port 4001. Now let's go to the browser. Here localhost as a 4001, right? So let's go to the use as a 4001. Here we are getting as a error, failed to look up view index in view directory. Okay, so let's see what is the issue here. We have index.ejs here. So let's go in our server.ts file. So see here, in the views are not found. Okay, so here after directory name we have to give the / for the views. Okay, now let's see if it's working or not. Yep, so it's working now. If you see here, we are getting header, body and footer, okay, from the layouts, and this body is coming from the index.ejs file. Now let's change something here in the index.ejs file, body from index.ejs file. Okay, now let's save it and refresh this page. So if you see here, body from index.ejs file. So whenever we do any changes in our index file is going to be reflected over here. Okay, and all the routes from user, from the author, from the book is going to be rendered over here inside this body section, and header and footer will be common for all. Okay, now let's create a header. So header is going to be common for all our applications. Okay, so whatever the controls or components are there common for entire application, we have to give inside the partials. So let me create another folder inside the views as a partials, and inside the partial let me create a file as a header.ejs. Okay, inside the partial folder, header.ejs. Now let's mention as a header from header.ejs. Okay, now we have to load this header file dynamically in our layout. Okay, so let's see how to do that. So here in place of header, we are going to use a syntax as include, and then we are going to include our path. This is our layout.ejs, and our header file is available inside the partials. Okay, so we have to move one directory up, // and then we have to give partials, and then we have to give our header.ejs. Okay, that's the file that we are going to use. Okay, and now let's enclosed with a colon. Now this file is header from EJS, and we are going to use inside the layout file. Okay, now let's see if it is working or not. Go to the browser, refresh this page. So if you see here, we are getting as a header from header EJS. Okay, so it's working absolutely fine. Now let's design our header. So let's flip to the Visual Studio. Here inside the style sheets, we are going to create a file as a style.css. We are going to use the cascade style sheet, style.css, and then we are going to create a folder as a shared. Inside the shared folder, we are going to create a header.css file, and this header.css file is going to be imported inside the style.css. Okay, so let's import that. Import, and then we have to provide the path. Okay, and path would be style sheets, and then we have shared, and then we have header.ejs. Okay, and we have to add this style.css file inside our layout.ejs. Okay, so now let's go back to our layout.ejs file, and here we have to add our style. Okay, so now let's add here link, and we have to give the rel as a style sheet, and we have to give as a reference for the href for our folder as a style sheets, and then style.css. Okay, style sheets, and then style.css. So I have created already style sheet for header.css, so I'm not going to spend time to create the css. So I'm just going to paste it here. You can take the reference from the GitHub for this css file, and now let's give some css to our style.css. So here I have given root as a font family, and then I have given a before after box sizing as a border box, and then I have given body as a padding margin 0 and display as a flex, and flex direction as a column, and width as a 100%. Okay, as well as we have created a section. So let me create a style for the section as well. So here in the section, we have given as a width as a 100%, display as a flex, and justify content as a center, align item as a center, and margin top from 100 pixel. Okay, now let's see how it looks like. So go to the browser, refresh it. So if you see here, we are seeing the header from header.ejs, body from index.ejs, and footer. Okay, now we are going to add some links to our header file. So let's flip to the Visual Studio. Here if you see header.ejs, here I'm going to use template. I'm just doing here copy paste to save our time. So I have added some navigation over here, and then I have added a logo for the library management, and this is the line that I have added, which is required for our responsive design. So let's see how it looks like. Let me refresh it. So if you see here, now we are seeing a nice header as a library management. Now let's add some link over here. So in our Visual Studio, let's add a UL li. Okay, and inside li we are going to add anchor tag, and we are going to give as a href, and by default we are giving as a root path as a home, and let's give a class as a links, which I've already I defined in the header.css file. And now let's create some more routes here. One that I'm going to create for author, then I'm going to create for the books, authors, and here I'm going to book. Let's create a path for the contact, and then we would be having a register that is going to be used for the user registration, and we would be having sign in, or let's have a login. Okay, now let's see, just refresh it. So if you see here, now we are able to see a very nice header over here with link as a home, author, books, contact, register, and login. These links are not going to work because we have not configured it, and this header is totally responsive. So if you see here, so here we are seeing this as a home, author, book, contact, login, register. Okay. Now in the next section, we are going to create a user route, and inside the user route, we are going to implement our login and registration functionality for the user, as well as we will do the authentication by using the JWT tokens. Okay. Now let's commit the code, whatever we have done so far. So let's go back to our git bash command here. Let's see what all the files are required to be commit. Git status. So if you see here, we have a package.package log.json file, package.json file, index controller, server.ts, and public and view that we have created newly. Okay. So now let's git add all. All these things is going to be inside the v2 branch. So now let's create another branch. Git branch -m and then v3. Okay. Now it's going to create a new branch. Now we are in the new branch. Now let's commit all this code in our new branch. Git commit -m, created views, layouts, header, and style sheets. Okay, configuration. Git commit. So all of these files have been committed in v3 branch, and now let's push it. Git push origin head. Okay. Oops, I need to use git push origin head. Okay. So all the code have been moved to the branch v3. Now let's see it. Go to our Git repository. Here, if you see the library management, inside we have our v3 branch, and inside our v3 branch we have our views, layout, all those folders are available there. Okay. So friends, in our first section, we have completed our project configuration and our Mongo DB configuration, and we have configured our Git, and we have committed our code to the Git repository. And then after that, we did our TypeScript configuration, and after that, we have completed our route configuration, and we did created our collections, author and book. And after that, we have created models for author and book. And after that, we have configured our view engine EJS, and we have created our EJS templates. And then after that, we have done our layout configuration that is going to be common for our entire project. And after that, we did our styling and creation of header. Okay. Now further in this section, we are going to do the user registration, and once user is registered, then after that we are going to do the sign in. And while user registration and sign in, we are going to do the field validation. We will see how to do the field validation, and once field validations are done, then after that we will do our password encrypt and decrypt before saving it to the database. And once password encrypt and decrypt is done, and then after that we are going to do the user authentication with JWT. Okay, so now let's start without much more wasting time on it. Now further we are going to create the functionality for user registration, and then we will do for the user login, and then after that we will use JWT tokens for our authentication purpose. So now let's start. I'm going to create a view folder as a users. Inside the users, I'm just going to create a new template file for the register.ejs. And in this register.ejs, I'm just going to create a form, and this form method would be post. And inside this form, I'm just going to create a container as div. And inside this container, I have to give a header. So let's create another div here and give a h2 inside this div as a register. Now I'm going to use the template inside. So here I have given a margin bottom 3. 3 is basically, this is 16 pixel margin from the bottom. Okay, I'm using the bootstrap here. So I'll add the bootstrap CDN, and here I have given the label as an email, and class I have given a form label and given title as an email, and then after that input type equal to email, and then we have given a class form control name as an email, and ID also I have given email, and this is the required field, and inside the placeholder I have given name @example.com. Okay, and this is the invalid feedback class that we are using from the bootstrap in order to do the validation. Okay, so now now I'm going to create for the other elements. So let me copy this, and we would be using password. So I'm going to give this a pwd and password, and then here also pwd, and name also I'm going to give as a pwd. So here for basically this label is associated with this input control. Okay, now here id I'm going to also give as a pwd, and in the placeholder I can put as a enter password, and in the invalid class please enter password. Okay, now the other thing that we can use the re-enter password. Okay, confirm password. So here we can use for the confirm password, and let me re-password. Type would be password. So here type would be password, and let's type equal to password name re-password, and I'm going to give the same as a ID. Okay, and here I'll put as a confirm password. Okay, and now here if it's invalid, then we can say password didn't match. Okay, now we can add for the mobile number as well, because mobile number is also required for the registration. So let me add for the phone here, phone, and phone type equal to tel. Okay, telephone, and here we will give as a name phone, and ID will be also giving as a phone. Okay, and here in the placeholder we can mention enter phone number. Okay, and here phone number is not valid. Okay, I'm going to give here a regular expression as pattern here. So this pattern is going to be used for phone number, and it's going to accept the value as enter phone number in the format as plus XX, that would be the country code. Then after that we have to provide the 10-digit number. Okay, now let me format the entire page, control A, control K, F, and your page is going to be formatted. So now let me create another div over here, and inside the div I'm going to make a button over here. So button type equal to submit. Okay, and then we can provide the class as btn and btn primary. Okay, btn primary is being used for the button class in the bootstrap. Okay, so here I'm providing as a btn primary. Now here I'll make the text as a button as a register, and now one more button that I'll give for the sign in. Okay, so here I'll not give a button, I'll just give a link over here. So if, let me make it inside the paragraph, if already registered, and then here I'll give a link for the sign in. Okay, and so let's take an anchor tag, anchor, and here we will give as a sign in. Okay, and here we can give as a href, which will goes to the sign in page. Okay, so here I'm just going for now as a sign in. Okay, and here we will give as a user sign in. Now let's run this application, npm run dev. So now server.ts is executing. So now my server is running on port 4001. So now let's open the browser here, localhost at 4001. So if you see here we have a link for the register user, but as of now we have not configured our route for this register, so it's not going to work. So now let's first configure our route. Go to the application. Here in the route we are going to create another route here for the user. Let me paste this file here and rename it as a user route. And now let's rename our index controller to user controller, and this controller we need as a user controller over here, which is not created yet. So we'll create the user controller as well, user controller dot register. Okay, because we are going to use the functionality of register, and here it should be route as a register. Okay, so now let's go to the controller folder and let's create a controller and name user controller. Okay, and this user controller, let's change the name of the class. So this would be the user controller, and it should be loading the page from user register. And let's rename this default export as a user. Okay, so now it should be working fine, and let's see what the issues with the user routes here. Okay, so basically we have not defined any register method over here. Okay, right? So it's register, so it should be working okay. And now we need to add this route to our server.ts file as well. Okay, so let's go to the server.ts file. Here we have book route, so let's create another route for user, and this would be the user route, and this user route needs to be imported from user route. This would be the user route, and it should be imported from the user route. Okay, now let's do some small changes here. It should be the folder name should be the user, not the users here. And let's see if all the routes are okay. So if you see here in this page here, in the for the user we have user here. Click on the register. So it's not rendering the register page. So let's see what is the issue. So let me go to the header page, and on the header if you see I'm just given route as a register only. So here we have to give route as a user register. Okay, hopefully this should be working now. Save it and let's see if it is working or not. Yep, so here we can see our register page, but we are not able to see our design. So let's add the bootstrap CDN. Bootstrap. So here go to the docs, and inside the docs we would be having our CDN link for CSS as well as JavaScript both. Now let's add the CSS over here. So now here we have the CDN link for CSS. So let me copy this and go to our application, and inside our layout.ejs file, let's add it. Let's go back to the CDN link for the JavaScript file, and let's add it after the body section. Okay, now let's save it and see if application is running or not. Yep, now if you are seeing here, our bootstrap CSS class is applied here. Now let's work a little bit on the design section. So here this register section needs to be inside a div. So let's apply some classes for that. Let's go back to the application, and inside that our layout file, here we have section. So in this section we are going to apply some classes. So let's create a div inside this section, and I'm going to give the class as a container div. Okay, now inside this container div we are going to put our body. Now let's declare this class in our style.css file. Now let's give as a display flex, and then give the flex direction as column. Give justify content as a center. It will align the div in the center. The direction for this div would be the column, and we need to align all those items inside this div as a center. So we will give as a align item center, and then we can give for the width for this div as a 50%. Okay, now let's see how exactly it look like. Let's save it, refresh. Now let me give some width for the control. So here all the form control class, I'm going to apply width as a 500 pixel. Save it. So now we are seeing here, it looks nice, and all the text that we can see inside the text box. Okay, for now I'm just going to remove this footer. I'll implement it later on. So I'm just removing this footer section from here. I'll just comment it. Yeah, so now it looks better. Now similarly we can design for our sign in form. Okay, so now let's design our login form as well. So let's go to the application. Here inside the user folder itself, I'm just going to create a login form. So I'll just copy it and paste it inside this folder itself, rename, and I'll give as a sign in. Okay, sign in.ejs. Here we need user ID and password only. So here on the top I'll give as a sign in, and it would be the email, it would be the password. We don't require here for the confirm password, so let's remove it. And we don't require the phone number as well while logging, so let's remove that as well. And here we would be having as a sign in, and here we can mention as a not registered it. So here we can ask for the registration, and here user register. Okay, Now go to our header page. Here we have login, so let's change as a sign in, and here also let's change as a sign in, and we have to give this path. So we will add this route inside the user controller, so provide it as a user. Now let's add this section to the user controller. Here sign in, let's copy and paste this for sign in, and here we will use the sign in template. Okay, so hopefully it should be working fine. Now let's check, refresh it. Seems like still our application is building now. Yep, so now it's running. And here if I click on sign in, so it's not going to the user sign in. It should be user, not users. Okay, so let me see where is the issue. Go to the header page, and here we have user sign in, right? And on the sign in page, here, so it should be the user. Okay, so let's save it and see it once again. Control R to refresh this page, and now click on sign in. Still this is referring to the user sign in. Okay, so let me see once again on the register page. Here, sorry, here we have the user sign in. So now let's save it and go back to our browser, refresh it, and click on sign in. So it's not rendering the sign in page. Let's see what is the other issue. So let's go. Here we have user controller, we have sign in. Now let's check the user route. Yep, so here we have not given the route for the sign in page, so let's give a get route for the sign in. So now, and we are going to use this sign in. Let's get it executed now. Yep, so now it's running. Let's see once again, sign in. Now it's showing the error as failed to look up user sign in. Okay, so let's see. SIGN. Okay, so here we have misspelled it here, SIGIN. So it should be SIGNIN. Okay, sign in. Hopefully it should be working. Now sign in. Yeah, so good. So now we are on the sign in page. Here we have written sing in. Okay, so there's typo. So let's see. If you want to search something in the entire page, you can search it like Control C F, and you can paste it here, so you can find it immediately where exactly the text that you want to search. Okay, so here I'll put sign in. Okay, and go to the registration page. Here we will give some space here in between sign and end. Okay, now let's save it. Now let's see if it's working or not. So yep, here we have sign in and not register it, registration. Here we should make as a register. Okay, so go to the sign in page, and here register. Okay, register here. Now all the routes are working. If you click on register, it goes to the register page, and if we click on the sign in, it goes to the sign in page. And from here also, if we click on register, it goes to the register page, and click on sign in, it goes to the sign in page. Now we need this button at the right side, so let's implement the bootstrap class. Now let's add a class, bootstrap class, as a text int, and same we will implement to the register page for our register button. Okay, now let's see. So if you see here, now our sign in button at the right side, and check on the register page. On the register page also we have the registration button at the right side. Now let's work on the validation. In order to do the validation, it's very easy in Bootstrap. So we are going to implement some of the classes here in the form. First of all, we have to add the class as a needs validation. So here add as a class needs validation, and we can give action as a register, and we have to add here no validate. And I'm going to add some script over here at the end of the form section. In this JavaScript, I'm just using the query selector all with the needs validation, that the form is going to be selected. Here inside all the forms, I'm checking the password and confirm password. If both values are equal here, then I'm just showing as a message as a password don't match. Okay, and this confirm password, the ID needs to be matching with the confirm password. So let's check here. Here we have repassword. Okay, so now let me change this, confirm password, and confirm password. Okay, and here we have ID as a password. Let me change the this password as a PW D. Okay. Now let's see if our validation is working or not. Let's refresh this page and register. Yep. So our validation is working fine. This is a required field. This is not a valid email, but if we put this is a valid email. Okay. Now we need to put some password. Let me put 123, and here I am putting 12. So password didn't match. As soon as I put 3, password is going to be match. Here we are required to provide the phone number, but this should not be required until unless if user is not providing the detail, it should be fine. Okay. So now let's see, this field should not be required field. So this phone number, we can remove this field. Okay. So once user is providing the value and that is not matching with this pattern, then the error should come. Okay. Here, let me refresh this page. So if you see here, now we are not getting the error over here. Okay. Now if user puts some value over here, so phone number is not valid. So user needs to provide in the format of +91 and then mobile number. Okay. Now here this email is working fine. 123, it's also working fine. 123, it's also working fine. Okay. No, this is not 123. Yeah, 123. So now our validation is done for our register page. Now go to the login page and do for the validation. So here and now go to the our sign in page. Here we'll add the class here, action would be sign in, and then we'll add a class as a needs validation, class needs validation, and we'll give the no validate. Okay. And at the end of the form section, we need to add this script for all our validation. So until or unless it's not validated, it's not moving forward. Now let's save it and run the application, refresh it. So now our validation is working for sign-in page as well. Okay. Now here one thing that we can do, this code that we are using multiple times here. So now we are going to move this code to our common section inside our script folder. Okay. So here I'm going to add a new file here, validation.js. Okay. And I'm going to add this code over here. Okay. Now let's close the terminal. Now we need to give the reference of this validation.js file to our EJS pages. Okay. So the best place to provide this validation.js reference is to be layout.js, because this file is going to be utilized throughout the application for the validation purpose. Okay. So now I'm going to add the reference for the validation file, script, and then we have to give the source. Script folders are available inside the public folder, so we can directly use scripts, and then we have to give our validations. Okay, validations.js file. Now close the tag, and we need to remove this code from the sign in form. Okay, so let's remove this. Now let's save, let's run this, let's refresh this page. Now click on sign in. So it's not doing the validation. Why? This is expected. Let me tell you the reason. Because we have added our type validation script over here, right? So what exactly happening here? All the components is getting loaded, and then after that our script file is getting downloaded. Okay. So this validation.js is having the dependency on our components. Okay. So what we have to do, we have two options over here. Okay. The first one, that we can load the file after rendering up our all the components. So here in the last after body section, I'm going to write this script, and now let's see. So refresh this, now sign in. So now if you see here, our validation is working as expected. So now let me give some valid email, a@a, that's working, and password I'm giving that's a required field. So I'm giving 123. Okay. So our validation is working for sign in page as well as our register page, both. Okay. And now here we have another option. Okay. If you want to give here at the top in the head section only, then we can write it as a differ. Okay. So once you write as a differ, then these files is going to be downloaded at the end of the execution once all the components are being rendered. Okay. Now this should be working as expected. So let's see, refresh this, go to sign in. Yep. So this is working as expected. Okay. Now if we give some valid user ID, a@a, and password as a 123. Okay. And if we sign in, so it goes to the post user sign in page. This page is not working because we have not configured our post method for the sign in. Okay. And it would be the same for the register as well. If you are going to give some valid email ID over here, @a, password 123, and let's give the confirm password 123 and click on the register. So it's going to be register, but we have not implemented our register functionality as well. So now in the next section, we are going to implement the register functionality. While registering the user, we are going to save this user email, password and phone number information to the database. And then after that, with the same user ID, we are going to sign in. Okay. And while saving our password, we are going to encrypt that password using crypto, and we will generate our tokens. And on the basis of that token, user will be able to access all these routes. Okay. For the authentication, we are going to use the JSON Web Token. Now let's start. Before that, let's commit all of our code what we have done so far. So let's open another terminal as a git bash. Let's check the git status. So we have views, user, and we have user route, script folder, as well as user controller, and all these files are modified. Okay. So now let's add all these files. Git add dot. Okay. So it's going to add all those files, and now git commit. But before that, currently we are working on v3 branch. So now let me create another branch, v4 git branch -m as a v4. Okay. Now we are on the v4 branch. If you see here, as of now I'm on the v4 branch. Now let's commit the code, git commit. And what we have done in this section is style, layouts, header, user, routes, and scripts. Okay. Now git push to the origin head. Okay. Yep. So all the code have been pushed now. Now let's verify it once again here. Open our GitHub here in our library management. Yep, v4 had recently pushed, and now go to the v4 branch. And if we see in src, we should be having public, and inside that we should be having scripts. Yep, so file have been moved there. Now let's proceed for the next section. Okay. Now we are required to register the user in the database. So let's close all these files from here. All these all are not needed as of now. Let's go to the user controller. Here we have to get the value from the browser and then encrypt it and save into the database. So let's do it. So here let's create a function as register user, and in this register user, this would be the post method. Okay. Now here let's get what the data we are getting in the body. Const body, inside body, that we would be getting the value from the request.body. Okay. Now let's console and see what all the values that we are getting into the body. And now let's add this register user method to our router, user routes. So here we have, let's add this method as a register user, and here we will give the register, but this time it would be for the post method. So post. Now let's run this application, npm run dev. Now our server is running. Now let's see, localhost 4001, and here we'll go to the register, and here we will register as q@q123 and register. Okay. So as soon as we click on the register, it should be logging the value. So if you see here, we are not getting the value as request.body, we are getting as a blank. So let's see why we are getting the request body as a blank. Now let's go to our server.ts file. Here we have not used the body parser. So let's install the body parser as well. Let's open a terminal, npm install body parser. Okay. So body parser has been installed. Now let's import it. Import body parser from body parser. Okay. So now let's configure this body parser. Here app.use, and inside this we will give the body parser .url encoded, and in this URL encoded we'll pass the configuration as limit, and limit would be, let's give as a 10 MB and give is extended as a true. Okay. Now let's see if we are getting the value in the body or not. So already server is running. Now let's go to the register, and here QQ and register. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So if we click on register, then after that, yep. So now if you see here, we are getting the value in the body. Okay. So we are getting email, password, confirm password, and phone. Okay. Once all the information are validated and correct, then after that, we can post the information to the server. Okay. So now once click the register button, here we are able to get the value. Now what we are going to do, we are going to encrypt this password, and then after that, we will store it into the database. Okay. So first of all, let's create a user model, because as of now, we have not created the user model. So let's go to the model first. Here I'm going to copy this author one. Let's rename it as a user model. Okay, so in this user model we are just give as replace with author with the user, and here we will replace author with the user model, iuser, and here we will use iuser. Okay, and here we are going to change the fields for the user. Now this should be as an email, and it would type would be string, and required will be true, and we will give the indexing on this, so we will give the index true as well for this field. Okay, and then we will give the unique also, because email that we are going to store uniquely into the database. Okay, so we will give unique as well, unique true as well. Now let's give for the password. So here we have email, and then we have to give for the password. Okay, so here password, and password would be type string and required true. We are not going to have the indexing and unique for the password. And now we should be having phone number as well, so let's change phone, and it would be type string and won't be as a required field. Okay, so we'll remove the required, and by default we should be having a role as well, because eventually we have to check the role also in order to show that authentication feature. So here I'm going to give as a role would be type string, and the default value that we are going to pass as a default value would be as a user. Okay, default value would be as a user. Okay, so now our user model is created, everything looks good. Here Mongo, I don't know, remove this Mongo. Now we are good to create our register route, so go to the user controller. Here let destructure this request.body, so here we will give as a const. Now here const, and we will give as a email, and then we will give as a pwd, and then we will give as a phone, right? And that's all going to be destructure from request.body. Okay, now we need to add all these information to the our user object. Okay, so now let's create the user const user equal to, and we will create the new user object, new user, and inside this user we are going to pass all this information. Okay, and this user is going to come from user model, so let's fix it. User, let's import it here, import user from model user. Okay, now here we will give the email, and then we will give the pwd, and then we will give the phone. Okay, and role would be by default as a user. Now we are required to save this user to the database. Okay, but before that we have to encrypt this password, because we cannot save the password as it is that we are getting from the user. So first of all we are required to encrypt it. So now we will work for the encryption of the password. So for this encryption we would be requiring crypto. So let's install the crypto module, npm install crypto. Now crypto has been installed, so let's import the crypto here, import crypto from crypto. Okay, so in order to encrypt the value, so we would be needing three things: secret key, algorithm, and initialization vector. Okay, so now let's create our environment file. Inside our environment file, let's create all these three variables. So first of all, we need secret key, just mention as a key, and then we would be needing as a algorithm, so just mention as a algo, and then after that we would be needing as a initialization vector. Okay, so now let's get the value for the key and initialization vector. So we'll go to the command prompt as a node command prompt here, and here we will type node. Now here we will write as a require, and now we will give the crypto, and then random bytes 16-bit, and then .toString, and we will convert into the hex. Okay, now it's going to generate random key over here. Let's copy this and give this value inside the key, and then after that we will give the initialization vector key for this. So initialization vector, let's create 8-bit. Now copy this. Now we are going to use the algorithm as a here AES 256 CBC. Okay, we have several algorithms, but for this particular demonstration we are using this AES 256 CBC. Now let's go back to our user controller. Here let's all these values, so key equal to process.env.key, right? And we would be having our initialization vector, so iv equal to process.env.iv, and we would be using the algo process.env.algo. Okay, now we are having all these three key information over here. Now let's create a method for the encryption as encrypt data. So now here let's create a method static encrypt, data, and we are passing this in this encrypt data as a data. That would be type of string, and that would be coming, I mean, like password or anything which we want to encrypt. And here I'm returning as a any. Now let's create a cipher, and we have imported crypto. So from crypto object we are going to use the create cipher, crypto dot create cipher initialized vector. Now here we have to pass all the values. So first of all we have to pass the algorithm, which algorithm that we are going to use. So we are going to use as a this dot algo. This algo is not accessible because we have not defined as a static over here. So let's define all our variable as a static. Okay, so now we should be having this dot algo here, and then after that we have to provide this dot our encryption key. So we are going to provide here key, and then we have to provide our initialized vector. So here we have our initialized vector. Why this algo right? So here it's showing as no overload matches. This called overload 1 to 4. Okay, so I believe this is the issues with the type. So now let's give as a type over here as any. So it should be, yep, algo is fine. Let's give the type as a key as well as any, and give the type for the initialization vector as well any. Okay, so now it should be fine. Yeah, now it should be fine. Now let's get the encrypted value, and the encrypted value would be encrypted, and that would be equal to cipher.update. We would be having a method as a update, and inside this update we would be passing our data. Okay, so whatever the data that we are getting from here, okay, we will pass our data that we have to encrypt, and then after that we have to pass which encoding that we have to encode. Okay, so we are going to use as a base 64, and then after that we have to pass our output encoding. Okay, and that would be our UTF-8. Okay, now let's add the final base 64 value to the encrypted value. Okay, so let's here add encrypted plus equal to cipher.final, and here we have to give our base 64 encoding. Okay, and now return this encrypted value. Okay, return encrypted. So now this is going to return the encrypted value. Now in the same way we are going to create a decrypt data. So once it's getting encrypted, then we have to decrypt while loading the user information from the database. So now let's decrypt the decrypt data, and we are going to pass here the data, and then here we are going to create a decipher, and in this decipher create decipher we have a method as a decipher dot create decipher, and in this also we are going to pass the algorithm key and cipher key value here, in key and initialization vector value over here. Now here we have decrypted, and here we have a decipher dot update, and here the same as that we are passing our data base 64 and UTF input and output encoding, and then here we have return decrypted cipher dot final decrypted decipher dot final base 64. Okay, and now here we can return this decrypted value. So now we have written the both of the function encrypted data and decrypt data. So now let's use this function over here. So before storing this password to the user, we are going to decrypt the value. So here we'll give, so before storing this password to the database, we have to encrypt it. So let's encrypt the value over here for the password. Let's give here const password, and that would be this dot encrypt data, and in the data that we are going to password simply pwd. Okay, now here we are having the encrypted value as a password. Then let's pass the password as of now, and now let's console the body and see if it's working or not. So already our server is running. Let's go back and click on the register. Now here q already is there, confirm password 123. Now let's register here. Cannot change encoding. Okay, this is caused by either a bug in node.js or incorrect uses of node.js internal. So basically here we have a mistake, as we have given for the encoding as a base 64. Here you should be having UTF-8. So and base 64 needs to be as a input encoding. Okay, now let's encrypt the value once again. So now here we have password 123, and let's register. Basically here we have to log our user so we can see what exactly the value we are getting in our user. Okay, now let's register 123, and if you see here, as of now we are getting the encrypted value from the user. Okay, this is our email and this is our encrypted password, and role by default is going as a user because we have configured default role as a user. Okay, and this is the ID. Okay, this is the ID for the user. Now we are good to store this information to the database. Okay, so now let's use the try catch block. Now here create a const new user. Okay, and that would be user dot save, and it's always going to return a promise. So because once we are using or saving or getting the data from the database, it's always return a promise. So here we are going to use await, and once we are using await, then we have to use our async. Okay, now once our user successfully added to the database, then let's log the value console.log user added successfully, and which user is added. So let's log the value of the user as well. So new user. Okay, because it's going to return the value as a new user. Now if user added successfully, then we have to redirect to the login page, from register page to the login page. Okay, so simply just response.render to the user sign in page. Okay, now let's still our server is running. Now its server is ready. So now go to the register page, and here q@q123, I'm giving password 123 and then register. Okay, now it's immediately redirected to the sign in page. So it means our user got created successfully. Now let's see our log. So if you see here, in the log also we can see user added successfully, and this is ID, and this is created and updated ad. This created and updated ad is coming from our model. If you see here inside the model, we have given timestamp as a true. Okay, so once we have given the timestamp true, then created and updated ad is going to be added. Okay, so now let's verify into the database as well. Let's open our MongoDB cluster. Inside our MongoDB cluster, open the browse collection. We having a library management, and inside the user. So if you see here, the value is not being stored into the user. Now let's see book schema, book collections, author collections. So if you see here, the value is getting stored into the author collection. So let's see, might be we are referring to the author somewhere. So this is iUser model, here we have written as a author. Okay, so this should be the user. That's the reason it's referring to the author. Okay, now let's test it once again. Here register and confirm password 123. Now register, and it went up to here. Okay, so now let's see into the database. Now see the user. Yeah, so great. So now user information is getting stored into the user collection. Okay, so if you see here, email ID with q@q, and we have this password, and phone number we have not given. Role by default it is coming as a user, that we will use later on. And let's delete this information from the author because it's not needed over here. And if you see here, the password is also getting encrypted. Now let's flip to the Visual Studio. Here on the user controller, now similarly we will do for the sign in functionality. Okay, now if you see here, user went to the sign in. Now once user click on the sign in page, okay, then he should be able to go to the home page. Okay, so as of now we have not added the functionality for sign in, so it's not going to work. So now let's add the functionality for the sign in. Okay, and once user will sign in, then we are going to generate the JSON web token, JWT token. Okay, and that JWT token is going to be stored on cookies. Okay, and then for further all the user request, user is going to access web token from the cookies. Okay, so we will see all those things. Now let's start. Go to our user controller page, and here we will write for the similarly as we have written the register user. I'm just going to make another function over here for sign in user. Okay, and here we have the request.body, and from this page we are going to have only request email and password. So I'm going to remove this phone. So here we would be having the password, and we would be requiring this password as a decrypt data. So I'll decrypt it. So now we will be having here decrypted password. Let's remove this terminal. And now here we would find out the user ID and first of all we would be finding the user on the basis of the provided email. Okay, so now let's remove all those things here. So now let's first find out the user. So here we would be having our user, and we would be using .find1, and inside this find one that we would be passing our query. So here we are using for the email, and we will use pass this our email. Okay, and this needs to be enclosed with a curly bracket. Okay, here we will write as a registered user. Okay, and now let's see registered user. Okay, so now we'll try to find out first of all the user. Now let's run this. So it's already running. Now go to our page here. Once we will click on the sign in page, it won't go because we have not added our route yet. So let's add our route first. So this sign in user needs to be added to our route. So in this register, in this user, here we will add for the sign in user, and here we will use for the sign in user. Okay, and that would be the post method. Now let's test it. If we click on this sign in, let's see, wrong final block length. So this error is coming inside our decrypt the data. Let's see what is the issues we have with our decrypt data. Here we are passing algo key and decrypted, return decrypted. Since we have given a here encoding as a base 64 because we are decrypting now, so it should be UTF-8. Okay, so now it should be working. Now let's go back. Let's see if our server is running. Yeah, server is ready now. Now let's sign in. So once we sign in, still we are getting the error wrong final block length. So it looks good everything here. Now let's see in our sign in user. So let's first of all see what exactly we are getting in our request body. So now let's console log here, and inside that we are going to log request body. Okay, so let's see what we are getting here. Our server is getting ready. Yep, so now it's running. Let's see. Now if you see here, okay, so we are getting email as a and password 123. Okay, so as of now we are not getting the encrypted password here, so that's the reason it's getting the issues. Okay, so first of all we have to find out the user. So we should not decrypt the password over here, right? First of all we have to find out the user, and then after that we have to get the password and decrypt it. Okay, so now let's find out the user first. Ready now. Now let's sign in. Once we sign in, then yep, so if you see here, now we are getting the user and we are getting the user password, phone, role, all the details from the database. Okay, so now we have to encrypt this password, this password that we are getting from the database. Now let's do that. Now let me give as a user here, user, and now we will get the password for this user. So if we are getting the user, then we have to find out the password. Okay, const password equal to user dot password. Okay, so now here we have the encrypted password, and this should be, now let's give a type as a any over here. So we would be having user dot password here. Now we need to decrypt this password. Okay, so let's decrypt this password, this dot decrypt data, and this user password is encrypted. Now here we would be having a decrypted password. Okay, and now here we will check if pwd, this is the password that we are getting from the user, is going to be equal with this password. Okay, so we can see as a type as a decrypt password. Okay, so this is the decrypt password. If it's equal, then we have to write console log as a valid user, and it would be a valid user, and then we have to response.redirect to the home page. Okay, response.redirect at the home page, okay. Now let's run this, and if we have to give the condition as else, then we have to response.log invalid user. Okay, and we have to show the information, but as of now we will redirect to user sign in page only. So we will just render this user sign in. Okay, because it's invalid user, and we will show the error message later on. Now let's wait for the server to run. Yep, server is running now. Let's test it. So here we have given q@q123 sign in, and once we click sign in, we are going to redirect to the home page. Okay, now let's go back, and we are going to give the wrong password 1231, and then we are going to redirect it to the sign in page only. Okay, so if you see here, if we have given password as a 1231, then it's showing as an invalid user, and on the other hand, if you have given the password correct password, so it went to it's redirected to the home page. Okay, now our functionality for our authentication is working fine, but if user want to access for all these author book contents every time he has to, so it's not required every time to check the database. Okay, if user is valid or not. So in order to do that, we are using JSON web token. Okay, and that JSON web token is going to be stored into the cookies, and next time when user is trying to access to the author's book or contact or any other resources, then automatically it's checking from the cookies if the valid user or not. Okay, on the basis of that JSON JWT tokens, user is getting authenticated. Now let's implement for the JWT tokens. Now, in order to implement JWT tokens, we have to install JSON Web Token module. So let's install that. npm install JSON Web Token. Okay, JSON Web Token. Meanwhile, it's installing. Let's go and import it. Import JWT from JSON Web Token. Okay. So now JWT token has been installed. So could not find a declaration for module JSON Web Token. Let's install its type as well. Yep. So error has been removed now. So now let's implement the JWT token. Here, once user is successfully logged in, then we are going to create the token. So here we will create as a const access token. Okay. And that we are going to create a token from a method generate access token. We will create this method. Okay. And we are passing the detail inside that user. Okay, that user that we have received from the find one method, and this user is successfully logged in user. Okay, now let's create this method generate access token, static generate access token, and inside that we are passing user. And from here return what we are going to return. We are going to return the token. Okay, so token from JWT, we have a method dot sign JWT dot sign. So we will use the sign, and then we are going to pass what exactly we are going to sign. So we are going to sign the user. Okay, and then we are going to pass the key. Okay, I'll tell you that how to generate this key, and then we have to pass the expiring time. So now let's pass the expired time as well. So it's going to be expiring. Let's give as of now for 30 seconds. Okay, now we need this key. Okay, let me generate a secret key. Go to your environment file. Here we will mention as a access token secret, or just mention as a secret key, and that would be. Now let me open another terminal. Now let's generate the key over here. Here we are going to use node, and once we are in the node prompt, then we are going to use require and then crypto and random byte 64-bit, and then we have to use the dot and in the form of the hex. Okay, now let's see, we should be receiving a key over here. Oh, so here we are missing the colon, so let me give one more colon here. Yep, so we have received this key. Now let's copy and paste it here. So now we have our secret key. So we are going to use this secret key over here. Okay, now const key equal to process dot env dot secret key, right? And this key is going to be passed over here. Okay, and we don't have key value, so we should be passing it as a blank value. Now this sign in method is going to generate the token. Okay, JWT token. So now here we should be receiving this access token. Okay, so once token is generated, now this let's console it, console.log, and then we have to use the access token. Okay, and once this action token is generated, we have to store this access token somewhere, right? Either we can store in our local storage. So local storage is not a safest option that we have, but yes, we can store in our cookies. I'm going to store in cookies. Okay, response.cookies, and here in the cookies I'm going to store this access token. So I have to give the cookies key name. So I'll give as it is, like access token, and then I'll pass the access token inside that, and the second parameter that we have access token, and then after that we have to give the how long is this access token needs to be valid. Okay, so we have to provide the max age for this token. So we can give here max age, and here I'm going to give as 900,000, which is going to be equivalent to 15 minutes. Okay, 900,000. And we have to provide if this HTTP only true or false. So here we are going to give as a HTTP only true. Okay, now we have stored our access token to the cookies. Now let's see if it's working or not. Let's open another terminal. Let's run npm run dev. Yep, so now our server is up and running. So now let's see, refresh this page. Now go to the sign in, and here let's open the developer tool as well. So in the developer tool, let's open the network. Now let's click on the sign in. So once user click on sign in, so if you see, this is the valid user and this is the token is getting generated. Okay, and now let's see if that token is getting stored in the cookies or not. So if you come here and inside the application section, and here we have the cookies. Okay, storage inside the cookies. So here we have storage multiple options like we can store in our local storage, we can store in session, okay, but here I'm storing in a cookie. So if you see this cookies, so if you see here this cookies, okay, so here we have stored our JWT token in cookies. Now once user is trying to access to the other route, then we have to check every time if that user is authenticated or not. So but we don't want to do that every time. We don't have to check the database. So we have to check from the if this JWT token is valid or not. So already we have stored in our cookies. So we have to create a middleware, and that middleware needs to be injected before all of our route, and we are going to verify from this token itself. If this token is valid, then user will be valid. If this token is going to be expired, then user authentication is going to be failed. Okay, so now let's do that. So now let's create a middleware. So I'm going to create a folder at the root level, src level, middleware, and inside the middleware I'm going to create a file as a verify token. Okay, now here import first of all the JWT token, import JWT from JSON web token. Okay, and here I'm going to create a method as a verify token. Okay, and in this verify token, and for any middleware we should be having request, response, and next. Okay, so now let's create a request, and I'm going to create a response parameter over here. I'm passing all the types as any. Now let me create a try catch block, because we are going to read the cookies and verify from the JWT token. Okay, so now let's create a try catch block here. Let me get the access for the token, JWT token, from the cookies. Okay, const access token, and that is going to be equal to request.cookies. Okay, so we are getting from the request.cookies, and the value that we have given as a access token, same. Okay, so we are going to take it from the access token. So now here we could be receiving that the value from the cookies, our JWT token. Now we need to verify this. Okay, if this particular key is valid or not. Okay, so in JWT token we have a method as a JWT verify method. Okay, so now let's use the JWT verify method. In order to create the token we have sign method, and in order to verify the token we have a verify method. Okay, so here verify, and in the verify method we have to pass first of all access token. Okay, so this the access token that we have to pass it first, and then after that we have to pass our key. Okay, the same key that we have passed to generate the token key. So here const key, that is going to be process.env dot secret key, right, that we have created, and this key is going to be passed as a and if we don't have the value, then we have to pass it as a blank. Okay, now once it's verified, then we have to pass a callback functions. Okay, we create a callback function here, and in this callback function we have two parameters, error and data. Okay, if in case of any error comes while verification, then it goes to the error, and if it successfully gets completed verification, then after that it goes to the we will get the data. Okay, so now we will pass the error, and then after that the second parameter would be our data. Okay, so we are going to pass as a data here, and now here we will be able to access our error and data. So if any error, okay, then we have to, as of now I'm just sending a status as a 403 response.send status as 403. Okay, it's a forbidden. User is having the valid token, but it's not authenticated. Okay, it could be expired or it could be tempered. Okay, and if else, if we have the data, and inside the data we have the user, right, then we have to pass this data to the request user. So here I am going to pass this data to the request user and data.user. Okay, and once this is successfully done, then we have to pass this to the next middleware. So we have to use the next method over here, because this is I'm using as a middleware. Okay, so now this verifies token is method is created, and in case of any other error comes, so here let me log the error, and we have to log the error. Okay, and once it's done, we have to export this method as well. So we will use the export default, and then we have to use the verify token, this method. Okay, control A, control K, F. Okay, so our file is formatted. Now this verify token needs to be checked for our each and every route. Okay, so as of now I'm just going to implement for the index route. So let me go to the index route route and index route, and here I'm going to use the verify token implement as a middleware. Okay, verify token, and we have to import this verify token. Let's import it. Verify token from, we have written in the middleware, so we have to go one directory up, so dot dot forward slash, and then we have to give the middleware, and then we have to take the verify token. Okay, so now you will be having the access over here for the verify token. So now whenever user will call that index route, okay, so this verify token is getting executed before calling this get index method. Okay, now let's test it. So our server is still running. Now go to the sign in. So here once user is, let me just delete this existing one. So once user is sign in, access token is generated. Okay, and now once user is trying to use the home page, okay, home page is not redirecting to the index page. So let's see. Oh, so here we are getting the error, cannot read property of undefined access token. Okay, because we have not used the cookies parser. Okay, so go to the user controller. Here we have to use the cookies parser as well. Okay, so now let's, since we are using the cookies parser inside the verified token, here we are using the cookies, so we have to use the cookies parser in our server.ts file. Okay, so here I'm going to import the cookies parser, import cookie parser from cookies parser. So far we have not installed the cookies parser, so let's install the cookies parser as well. npm install cookie parser. Now let's add the type of this cookies parser. Now let's add this cookie parser as a middleware, app.use, and here we are going to use the cookies parser inside this. Okay, now we should be able to get the cookies. Okay, so now let's see, save this. Still our application is yet to run. Yep, so now our server is up and running. Let's see. So let me delete this token first and sign in. So now if you see that access token is generated and it's being stored inside the cookies, and now we are able to redirect to the home page. Okay, so if user click on the home page, suppose that we have on a register page but user is already signed in, okay, and user is going to click on the home page, so he would be able to route to the home page because still user is valid. Now let's wait for the 30 seconds, since we have given in the application as a 30 seconds our for the JSON web token. So after 30 seconds we won't be able to see the information, right? Now it's showing the error as a forbidden because our JWT token is expired for now. Cookies is still valid but JWT token is expired, so we won't be able to access further route. Now once user is logged in, okay, then we should not be able to see this register and sign in method. We should be able to see here as a sign out. Okay, and until or unless user is not logged in, till that time we should not see this home, author, book and contact. Okay, so our first link should be register and sign in, and once user is signed in, then after that we would be able to see all these routes and sign out method. Okay, so now let's implement that. So now let's go to the header template. So here in our views, in the partial, we are using the header.js. Okay, so now here we are going to check if our user is logged in or not. So here we will give as a condition if inside our anchor tag, if, and the user is, we have to check our user. Okay, so we are using the locals user. Okay, because we are going to pass this user while rendering. Okay, so we will use this is this locals.user is available or not. If it's not available, then we have to show as a register and sign in. Okay, so now let's close this tag and put this curly bracket inside the tag. Okay, now if user is not logged in, then we have to show this register and sign in method. Okay, so let me cut it from here and paste inside user is not logged in. Okay, and if user is logged in, then we have to be right inside the else condition. So this is the closing tag for this bracket, curly bracket, and this is opening for the else, and this is closing for the else. Okay, now here we would be having all other routes because user is logged in, as well as we would be having as a sign out. Okay, here I'm going to create a route as a sign out from the user, and this sign out that we are required to post. Okay, so we are going to create inside a form. So here we'll create a form, and that method that we are going to put as a post, and action would be user sign out. Okay, and this complete route that we are passing as a action. Okay, and inside this we are going to pass this our anchor tag, and when once user click on this particular anchor tag, then form needs to be submit. Okay, so we have to be submit this on click of this sign out link. Okay, so we have to give we have to call the JavaScript, and we are using the here jQuery. Okay, so in order to find the form and then submit. Okay, and now once user click on this sign out button, let's comment it. Once user click on sign out button, then our cookies needs to be deleted. Okay, user needs to be redirected to the sign in page. So now let's implement this sign out functionality. Go to our user controller. Here inside user controller, we have a sign in user, same as it is we are going to use as a sign out. Okay, so let me just copy this, paste. We are going to use as a sign out, and inside this function sign out, let me remove all those things. So inside this we have to remove our cookies. Okay, in order to remove the cookies, we have a method as a clear cookies, and we have to give our cookies name. Okay, that cookies that we want to remove. So here what the cookies that is access token. Okay, this is the cookies that we have created. Okay, for our JWT token, and then after that user needs to be redirected to the sign in page. So let me just response.render here to the user sign in. Okay, user sign in. Okay, and now once we are rendering our index page, we have to pass the logged in user information, right? Then after that user will be able to, from here we would be able to get the data from locales for the user. Okay, so now let's go to our index controller. Here we are just rendering the index. Okay, but we are not passing the user information. So now already we have added in our, if you see here, verify token, we have added request user, this data user that we are getting, we have already inserted the value. So this value we would be able to get inside our index route. Okay, our index controller. Okay, so now let me create a user over here, const user, and this would be, we are getting from the request dot user. Okay, we are not getting the user because we have given as a request type here, so we are going to just give it as any type, and then this user needs to be passed inside our template. Okay, so here we will pass inside the curly bracket user, and then we will pass this user details. Okay, so this user is going to be passed inside the header. Okay, for the locals. Okay, now let's see if it's working or not. Let me refresh this page, ready or not. So still it's running, and we forgot to add our sign out route here. So we have added in our user controller sign out, but we have not added in our user routes. Okay, so here we have to add our sign out functionality for the user routes as well. Okay, sign out, and here we are using sign out. Okay, now it should be working. Let's wait for the server to be run. So now server is up and running. Let's see. So if you see here, as of now we are not seeing the other routes, but yeah, the style is not being applied to the register and sign in. So now let's see what we are missing there. Now let's go to the header.ejs file. Yeah, because this class is not being applied because everything is moved out from ULLI link. So let me push everything inside the UL. So now it should be working fine. Now let's see, refresh this page. Okay, so now user is not logged in, so you can see we are seeing only register and sign in. So if user clicked on sign in, user will be able to sign in, and user clicked on register, user will be able to register. Okay, so now let's try to log in the user. So once user is logged in, then after that we would be able to see the other routes here for the home, author, books, contact, and sign out. Once user clicked on the home page, user will be able to go to the home page, right? As of now, we have not implemented author, book, and contacts, so user won't be able to go to the author, book, and contacts. But yes, once user is signed out, then user will be able to move to the sign in page. So now here I clicked on the sign out. Sign out functionality is not working because we have not added our library for the jQuery. So now let's add reference for the jQuery as well. Now go to our layouts page. If you see here we have added our bootstrap bundle. So now let me add the CDN scripts, CDN for our jQuery, and then popper, and then we have added the bootstrap. Okay. Now let's control A, control KF. So our entire file is going to be formatted. Okay. Now let's see. We have to log in once again, sign in, and now sign out. So once user signed out, then after that, if you see here right side, we were having the cookies, right? Let me log in. See here, now we are having the cookies, our JWT token. As soon as user signed out, our cookies got deleted. Now user further won't be able to access the other routes. Now here one more thing, if you click on the sign in, you can see here our JWT token, and this token can be viewed by anyone easily. If someone get this token, they can see it. Let me go to the jwt.io, and here if you just paste our JWT, you can see all the information from the user. But still here password is encrypted, so nobody will get to know what is the password. But yeah, other information is coming over here. So this is not a best practice. We should be always storing only few information, not the password, phone number, all those information shouldn't be stored inside the JWT token. Okay, so we would be storing only ID, email, and role only, which are going to be used further. Okay, so now let's use only ID, email, and role, because here we are using password and phone. That could be the sensitive information for the user, which should not be shared with anyone. So now we are going to use only ID, email, and role. Okay, inside this our JWT token. Now let's go to our user controller where we are generating our generate access token. So here if you see, we are passing the entire information from the user. So now we are going to pass this user information. So here we are going to use as a const, and we are going to use as a ID that we are getting from the user information as underscore ID, and then we are having email and role. Okay, and let's make it as a underscore user. Okay, so this is going to be destructure from the users. Okay, now here let me create another variable over here, const user type of any, and we are going to pass as a ID, email, and role. Okay, and then pass this user inside this sign in method. Here we have comma. Okay, so now we would be able to see only ID, email, and role inside our JWT tokens. Now server is up. Let's see, sign in and sign in. Now if we see this JWT token, now this is smaller, and if we try to get the value, now we are seeing only ID, email, and role. So this is always best practice. We should not store the sensitive information inside this our JWT tokens. We have to use only ID, email, or roles. Okay, very few information. Now further we are going to implement our author and book and contact route. Okay, so let's start.
Now let's commit all the code that what we have done so far. I'm going to open a git bash terminal. Let's check git status. These files that we have to be commit. As of now we are working on v4 branch. Let me create a new branch as a v5. Now we are in v5 branch. Now let's add all these files. Git add dot So it's going to add all the files. Now git commit -m, that we have to give the message, and inside the message that we are going to give as index user header updated. Now git push, I think we have to just give git push origin, and don't have to pass. Yeah, let's see. Yep, it's working now. It's already committed to the branch v5. Now let's see. Opening my GitHub, and then here library management, and inside this, if you see, and this is the 5th branch we have, and inside if you see, we have views, we have partial, we have header. Okay, so all these files have been committed. Now let's move ahead with the author and book routes. Okay,
so in this section we have completed our user registration, and then after that we did our user sign in, and we have seen our field validation, and then after that we did our encryption and decryption before saving the data to the database, and while loading the data we have to decrypt our password. Okay, and then after that we have implemented our JWT authentication, and now in the next section we are going to see our CRUD operation for author and book. Okay, and then after that we will see error handling, and then after that we will implement our home contact, and finally we are going to do the build and deployment. Okay, so now let's start. So here in our author route we are going to create the author, and then after that we will try to view the author, and further we will update the author, and eventually we are going to delete the author. So now let's start with the author route first. So first of all, let's go to our author routes. So here in our inside author route, here let's create a one more route for view author. Here we are going to display our entire list of authors, and that would be the by default our index page for the author route. So now let's view authors. Okay, as of now I'm just going to comment this because our default route would be view authors. Okay, now let's implement this view author. Now let's comment this first and implement this view authors. So go to our author controller. Here we would be creating one more method as a view authors. Okay, view authors, and in this view author let's render our index page. Okay, so here response dot render, and we have to render our author index. Okay, so here we will give our author and then we will give index. Okay, now let's create this index template. So go to our view. Inside the view, let me create another folder here for author, and inside the author let's create another file over here, index.ejs. Okay, let's close the other files here, close others, and let's close this. Okay, now let's create a form here. Now I'm going to use the author template here. Here I have taken a form action as a author, method as a get, and here I have given a div here as a search header, and then form row. Inside this row I have given a label as a author name, and then I have given an input box that is required for the search, and then after that I have given a submit button, and that button is for search, and here I have given the icon for that particular search button, and then after that I have given another button here for add author, and this add author is going to be a author new. Okay, now let's add the CDN link for bootstrap icon. So go to the layout, and in layout.ejs here we have bootstrap. Now let's add it over here before our style.css. I'll give this link into the description. You can add it from there, or you can get it from its official website. So now let's see how our author default route is working. Login, please login and go to the authors. So if you go to the authors, here it's going to the author, right? But we have given the route as a author. So if you see here in our server.server file, here we have given the route as a author, right? So we will remove from our header, partial header, we have given here authors. Okay, so we will remove authors, we will remove books as well. We are going to use the author and book. Now let's refresh this page once again, Control R. Let's increase the size of our JWT expiration time. So here in our middleware, in our user controller, here we have made as a 30 seconds. So we are going to make it as a 900 seconds for 15 minutes around. Okay, now let's save this. Yep, it's running now. Let's refresh this page and sign in. So now let's sign in and click on the authors. So if you see, if you click on the author, you are seeing a very nice text box that is being used our bootstrap design. If you see here, the search button is having the search icon, and here we have author button, add author. Okay, we will implement our search functionality, but before that, let's add the authors. And if you see here, we are not having the other route as well. Okay, so we would be needing here user details. So what we will do that in our author controller, here we have to pass our user information. Okay, so what we will do here, const user equal to request.user we are getting the user information. Okay, we have already did it, right? So here we are going to give request as any. Okay, now we have to pass this user information to our template. So here we have to pass second parameter as our data. So here we are going to pass as a user and user detail. Okay, and next thing, we have to add our verified token to all the routes. Okay, so in order to add that, let's go to the server.ts file here, and here we can add our verified token. Okay, for all the routes, verified token. Okay, so if you see, verified token is imported from our middleware. And if you see here, earlier we have implemented our index route. We have added verified token over here. We can add it in a both way because it's going to be implemented inside our route only. If you want to implement for all the routes, then we have to implement in our routes where we are using. Okay, so here I'm going to this is our index router. So here I'm going to use. We can use in our book as well. So this is going to implement verified token for all of the routes. Okay, so all these three routers are using verified token, but we are not using in user router. Okay, so we will move it on top, because in user router we are using only sign in and sign out functionality and register functionality, so we are not requiring verified token there. Now let's save it. Let's check if it's running properly. Sign in, so it's not running. Let's see. Yep, still it's, yep, sign in. Now go to the author link. So if you go to the author link, you will see that all the routes are showing over here. Okay, so now we are going to implement the add author functionality. In order to do that, let me add a new template page over here. Go to our author folder, add a new page over here, new.ejs. This is going to be used to add a new author. Okay, here I'm going to use the template as HTML. So here I have given as a add author as a header, and then I'm using a text box to just provide the author name, and here I have given field name as a name, and this is the required field. And the second field that I have used it email, and which is also a required. And here I have done for the invalid feedback for our validation, and here I have a link to close, and here I have a button for the submission to save the author. Okay, now let's add this link to our index page. So if you see here in our index page, we have already given the link for the author new. Okay, now let's save it, and once we are going to click on author new page, then we have to render our new.ejs template. So we will go to the author controller, and here we are going to create a new method as a new author. Okay, I'll just put it as a new author, and here I'm going to render our new page. Okay, author new, and inside that we are passing our user as well as we will pass our author information. Okay, as of now this is the new author, so it's not going to have any author details, so I'll just pass the author object here. Let's import this our author. So here import author from, we are using the models, and then we are using the author, right? I hope this should be working fine. Let's see. Refresh this page, Control R. So it's logged out. Okay, so now let me sign in once again. Go to author and add author. Okay, so it's not redirecting to the author new. Okay, this is why, because we have not added this author new author to our author route. Okay, so here we have to add our new author here, new author, and this should be author new. Okay, author is our root route, author is our root, so we have to just give a new here, new author. Now let's see, let's refresh this page. I hope running. Still it's running. Let's wait for that. Let's refresh this. Now we are seeing the add author page. Okay, go to the author. Now click on add author button. As soon as we click on the add author button, we are seeing the here name and email to add the author detail. Okay, once we click on the save button, if you see here we are seeing the validation as well. Okay, now once we click on the save button, the data needs to be stored to our database, right? So in that case, we have to implement our save author. Okay, so now go to our author controller. Here we have save author. Okay, so now let's make it up. And inside our save author, let's delete this line. So we are going to get the value from the request body. Okay, so now let's destructure our request body. So const, I'll be using as a name and email. Okay, name and email that is coming from request body. Okay, now we are going to create an object from author. Const author equal to new author, and in this new author we are going to pass this name and email. Okay, so here we are going to pass as a name and email, right? And then after that we are going to save the author. Okay, so in order to save, we have to just write await, and then we have to use the author.save. Okay, whenever you are saving, updating, or loading the data from the database, then it should be async or await, because it's returning a promise. Okay, so here we have to use the, if we are using await, then we have to use async. Okay, now it's saved, and this is going to return a author. Okay, so const new author equal to await.save. Okay, this should be a sync, so it's misspelled. And now let's log our request body so we can get to know what the value we are sending it from the browser. So console.log and request body. Okay, now once we save the author, we will write what the author is being saved to the database. So we will log this one as well, console.log, and we'll log this new author. Okay, now let's save it. So our server is not ready as of now. Yep. Now let's see, refresh this page, and now go to the add author. Now let's add the author. I'm just going to give as a author1, and here I'm going to give as an email ID as author1@gmail.com. Okay, now let's save it. Once it's saved, then we can check. If you see here, so if you see here author1, that author name and email that we are getting from our request body, and once our data is getting saved successfully to the database, then it return the saved author. Okay, so we have logged both of the value, so it's working now. Now let me see into the database. Let's refresh this. So if you see here in the author route, in the author collection, here we are seeing the name as the author. Okay, we are not seeing the email is being stored. Okay, so now let's see our author model. So here we have our author model, and inside our author model we have given only name, so we have not given the email ID. So let's give the email ID as well over here. I'll just copy these things entirely. Name, control A, control K, F, and email. Okay, so this would be the email, and this would be the string, and required field as a true. So now it should be working fine. Now let me store the value once again. Let's get our server ready. So now our server is ready. Now let's refresh this page, login, and go to the author, add author. Now let's add author2, and author2@gmail.com. Okay, now save it. It's successfully saved. Let's see. So if you see here, author2 and email, and here if you see here, author name and email both are saved into the database. Okay, now once our author is saved to the database, then we have to show all the list of author to our author index page. Okay, so now let's go to the author index page. Here I'm going to use the template for the table. So here basically I have used a div. Inside div I have taken a table over here. Inside the table I have given a tr, and in this tr we are taking as a header name as a author name, email, and action. Okay, and then inside the table body I'm looping the list of all the authors that we are going to get from the database, and then we are showing the data as a name, email, and then we are showing the action. Okay, the action that we are going to use, as the first action will be view, and second action will be edit, and third action will be delete. Okay, so now we are going to fetch the data from the database with list of all the authors. Okay, so now go to our author controller. So here in our view authors, let's implement the search functionality as well, because when we are loading the list of all the authors, we have to pass the search filter as well. Okay, whenever we want to load the entire data, we will pass the search filter as a blank, but yes, whenever we want to implement the search functionality, we'll pass the search parameter. So now let's add the search parameter over here. So here I am going to use the let search option, that would be type of any, and we are going to pass it as a blank. Okay, now we'll take our value, search parameter value. So we are going to give const and as a pattern, and then we will give it as a type as a any, and here we are going to get the value request dot query dot name. Okay, and if we don't get the value from the request dot query dot name, then we are going to use from request dot param dot name. Okay, now here we have defined our pattern. Now we will check if we are getting the pattern value or not. So here we will give if condition, and if we have the value inside the pattern, then we are going to pass this pattern to our search options. Okay, now so we are going to give the search option dot name, that equal to, we are going to pass our new regular expression, and inside that we are going to pass our pattern. So we have used the pattern, and then we are going to give the flag as I. Okay, I means it's a case insensitive. Okay, now once we have bind the name property to the search option, then after that we have to load the data from the database. Okay, so now let's get it loaded from the database. Const authors any type equal to, and we have to use the await. Okay, await author dot find. Okay, and inside that we have to give our search option, and whenever we are using await, we have to use async. Okay, now here we would be getting our author detail. Now this author detail needs to be rendered inside our index. Okay, so this needs to be passed our as a parameter inside our template. Okay, so here we are going to pass as author, and here I will give authors. So this author is going to be passed inside this template. Okay, now you would be able to see the data for the authors as well. And here on the save functionality, once our data is being saved, then we have to render our index page. Okay, so here what we are going to do, because this rendering is required for our most of the methods, so what we are going to do, we are going to create a method over here, and we will copy the entire functionality from here, and we will give as a render author. So this method will be private because we are not going to use it publicly. So here we will give as a private static, and this method would be as a name as a render author, and inside that we are going to pass request and response. Request would be type of any, and response that we are also going to take as any. Okay, now inside this we are going to paste this all this functionality, and we are using await, so before that we have to use our async. Now we can call this render author over here in our view author, and we can pass our request response inside this function, and here we can use this. Okay, because we are using a static function. Now the same functionality we need to implement in our save method. Once it's saved, then we have to search and redirect to the index page, because in this case we are not going to have any search parameter, because that would be the blank, then it's not going to find any value, so it's going to be pass it as a blank value. Okay, so it's going to find the list of all the records for the authors. Okay, so we are going to use this dot render request response over here. Now let's save it. Now server is ready. Let's go to the browser, sign in, and go to the authors. So if you see here, we are seeing here as a author name, email, and action. Okay, we are not seeing the author details over here so far. Now let's see why we are not seeing the author details. So now let's log the value over here for authors and see what value we are getting inside the authors. So console.log and authors. Okay, now let's save it. Yeah, now our server is ready. So let's go and click on author. So as soon as we click on author, we should be getting the value. So here, if you see here, we are not getting any value from the database for the authors. So now let's see if we have the value for the author or not. So this is our author database. Yep, we have the value inside our author collections. Okay, so it should be loading. Author.find, and here we are passing the search option. As of now we are passing search option as a blank, so it should load the values. Okay, now let's remove the search option for now, save it. Now our server is ready. Let's see. refresh this. Okay, so now here we are getting the author 1 and author 2, both of the author value that we are getting over here. Okay, now let's see into the database. We were seeing only one record. Why? Might be it was not refreshed, so let me refresh it. Yep, here we are seeing both of the records. Now let's see what the issues with the search parameter. So here we have search option. Okay, go to the our index page. Basically here we are not passing the search option in the value, so let me pass the value here, and inside that percentile, and we have to give as a equal. That is the syntax that we have to write, and search option dot name. Okay, and this search option name needs to be passed to our this template. So what we will do in our author route here, we will pass our search option value as well. So here we are going to pass our search option, and that would be our request query. Okay, request on query. Now let's save it. Now our server is running. Now let's go and see. Yep, so now we are able to see our author details. So here actually first of all in our first record we were not storing our email, so that's the reason here email is not being stored. But here now we can see our author detail and author name and email address. Okay, now here we are having the three action. The first action is for view, and second one action is for edit the author, and third action for the delete the author. Okay, so now we will implement it. Let me add one more author over here. Let's add one more author, author 3, and give the ID email ID as author3@gmail.com. As soon as it gets saved, it redirected to our author page. Okay, now let's see if our search functionality is working or not. So we are just going to give one, and let's search it. Now let's search it. So search functionality is not working. Now let's go back to our author controller. So if you see here, we are logging our authors. So in our find query, yes, so in our find query we are not passing the search option. Okay, so we have to pass this our search option inside this find method. Okay, now I hope it should be working. Server is not ready yet. Now our server is ready. Yeah, so our search functionality is working fine. Now if you see here, to search, so we are getting the author 2 here. Okay, now let me remove this and search it. So it's not searching all the records. Okay, let's see why. Now let's log here what the value we are getting inside the search option. Now our server is ready. Now let's search. It's logged out. Let me log in once again. Go to the author, and now here search. So it's not working at the first time, but if we give as a 1, so it's working. Now let's remove this and click on search and see what the value we are getting inside that. So we are getting as a name 1i. Okay, so this is 1 that we are getting. So basically here we are not getting any value, so we can pass it as a blank. Let's try with the blank value. Now server is running. Let's see, search. Yeah, so now we are getting all the values. Let's see, 1, yep, 1, 2, we are getting 2, we are 3, we are getting 3, and now let's remove and search it. So we should be receiving all the values. So now it's working as expected here, because we are passing our request query and we are not getting the value from the parameters. Okay, so now from authors, our search functionality is working, as well as our add author functionality is working, and we are seeing the list of all the authors as well. Okay, now we are going to work on view author functionality. So for the view author functionality, once user is going to click on the view, so that specific author is going to be displayed in a separate page. Okay, so now let's create a template inside our author as a view.ejs. Inside view.ejs, I'm just going to use the template. I'm going to use the template as like this. Here I have taken a form. Inside that form I have taken a view author as a header, and then after that I'm only showing in the h3 tag as a author name and author email. Okay, and then after that I have a button over here, anchor button, as a close and as a edit. Okay, so from here also that user can go to the edit and close. Okay, so now let's create the view author inside our author controller. So here we have view authors. Here we are required to load the template for the view author. So now let me create one more method over here as a view author, and this is going to render our author page, view author page. This needs to be view, and inside this view we are going to pass the author. Okay, so author, and this author that we have to find it out from the database. Okay, so now let's get the value. So this user information we will get from the request, and now we need for this author. Okay, in order to load the author we are going to use const author. Let's take it as a type any equal to, and we are going to use await, right, because we are going to fetch the data from the database. Await, and then we are going to author dot find by id. Okay, so in case of we want to find anything from the database, we are using find by id. So from the find by id we are going to pass the id over here. So we are using request dot params dot id. Okay, now we should be getting our author over here. We are passing author, and already we are passing the user details to the author view. Okay, now let's add this author view to our author route. Here we are going to give as a view, and this id that we are passing as a parameters over here. Okay, that we will get in our request params. Now it should be working. Now let me go back to our browser. Let's first get it our server executed. Now our server is running. Now let's go to the browser, author, and here if we click on the view, so it should goes to our view author page. Okay, so here we are seeing the author name, but we are not seeing the author email because in this view author we are not having the email id. Okay, so now let's close it. Once we close it, it should goes back to our index page. Okay, now let's click on this. So now here we are seeing the author, and we are seeing the author email as well. Okay, now let's close it. So it should return to our index page. Now our view author functionality is working as expected. Now we have to work on the edit author. Okay, once this edit author is going to be work, then this edit author also is going to be work as expected. Okay, so now let's work on the edit author. So now I'm going to, in our author folder, here I'm going to create a new template, or we can just use this new, and I'm just going to give a name as a edit. Okay, edit.ejs. Inside this edit.ejs we are going to give as a update author, and here we should be passing our id because now we are required to load the author data as well. Okay, so here we have to pass our author id here from author.id. Okay, and this all would be same, and here we have to make it as a update. Okay, because once we are going to submit this, we have to pass our author id here as well. So looks everything is good. Now let's add this edit route to our author controller. So here it would be same like our view author. So I'm just going to copy of it, and I'll make it as a edit. Okay, and this edit is going to be render as a edit template. Okay, and we are passing as a author and view user the same information. Okay, so now it should be edit. Okay, now this edit author needs to be added inside our author route. Okay, so now here we have to add our edit route, edit author. It would be same like as our view author. So here we are going to pass as a edit author, and here we have to pass the additional parameter as a edit. Okay, so that's the, on the basis of this, it's going to recognize this is edit template that we have to load. Okay, now let's see, our server is still, so now our server is up and running. Let's see, let's refresh this. Now let's sign in, go to the author, and here we have author. Now let's click on the edit. So here we are not able to get the data from the author. Okay, so now let's see. Now here inside our edit template, here we should load the value, right? So here we are going to use the value equal to, here we have to pass author value, right? Author dot name, and similarly we have to pass over here author dot email. Here we are missing percentile sign. Hopefully this should be working. Now let's save it. Now let's see if it's running. Refresh. Yeah, so we are getting the author name, but we are not getting the author email. So let's see, author email is there, right? Email, right? So everything looks good. We are getting here the email information from the database, so it's not binding to the template. So what could be the issue here? Inside the value we are passing author, that's correct. Author email, right? Save it, refresh. Now let's go to the edit. So it's not working email. Why? Oh yeah, here if you see, we are passing the value as a blank. So it's getting overridden with the blank value. Now hopefully it should be working. Now let's refresh it. Yeah, now we are getting the data. So now if we see here, click on the edit, we are getting author 2. And if we click on the edit, we are getting the author 3 as well. Okay. So if we click on the view button, it goes to the view page. And if we click on the edit button, then it goes to the edit page. Okay. From here view also, if you want to click on edit, so it goes to the edit. So we will implement it. Now we are going to implement the edit functionality. Okay. So here we have just rendered the view, edit view. We have not implemented this update functionality. So now we are going to update this author. Okay. So now here I'll make it as a updated, and this value needs to be stored to the database. So now let's go back to our author controller. Here in our author controller we have to first, so here already we are having the update author. Okay. So now let's copy it, let's make it after save. Okay. Now let's remove this line, and once we are trying to update it, first of all we have to load the author. Okay. So in order to load the author, first of all we have to find the author. So let's get this value from here. So now here we are going to load the author value. Here it should be a sync. Here request.user. So let's give as a any. This await needs to be working. Yeah. Now we have, now in this author we are fetching the data from the database. Okay. Now this author value needs to be updated. So what we are going to do, this author dot name, and in that we are going to pass our request dot body dot name. Okay. And the second we are going to pass as a email. Okay. So here we are passing as a email, request dot body dot email. And then finally we are going to save our author data. Okay. So we have to use our await, because we are going to update the value into the database. Await author dot, we have to use the same function as a save. Okay. And now once our author is getting saved, we have to redirect to our index page. So in order to redirect our index page, we have already written as a function to render author. So this is directly going to redirect to the index page. This author.save is not working. Why? Because yeah, here we have given author, so it should be, because we are going to save this object. Okay. So it should be working now. So now let's see, and we have to update this update author route into our author route. So here we have our author route and update author, and it would be, for now let me give as a post, because if you see here in our edit, here we are giving action as a post. Okay. Put and delete both are not being supported with the browser, so we have to use a different methodology for that. That is method overriding that I'll show you in our delete case. But yes, as of now we are just using as a post here. And now let's go back to our browser. Here click on author, and let's edit this, because we have not email functionality email given over here. So I'll give author1@gmail.com. let's update it. It's getting updated and it's rendered to the our index page as well. So our edit view functionality is working as expected, and our edit functionality also is working as expected. Here I'll give name as updated, and email also I'll give as updated. Okay. Now let's save it. So if you see here, author name also getting updated and our email is also getting updated. Now if you see in our view functionality, now if you see here in our view, so this edit functionality is not working because once user click on the edit, then it should come to our edit page. Okay, so now let's implement that in our view author. So if you go to our view template here, so once user click on the edit, so it should goes to our edit. So basically here we are not passing edit here, so it's not recognizing that route. Now let's see, if we refresh this page and we click on edit, so it should goes to our update page. Okay, now here we can update our route, update our author over here. So now let's do update, and now it should goes to our index page. So far we have done our view functionality is working as expected and edit functionality working as expected. Okay, now we are going to implement our delete functionality for author. Okay, now we will implement the delete functionality for author. Now let's go back to the application. Let's close all the files and let's close this terminal as well. Now go to the our index.js file. So as of now, this delete route is a get route. So we have to make it as a post, and we have to override our post method to the delete method. Okay. Now let's see how to do that. So here I'm going to take a form because we have to submit the form, and inside this form I'm going to give as a method as a post, and action would be passing the whole as a delete. So in this we are not required to pass the delete, we will just pass the author and then author ID, and then after that we have to override the method. Okay, so how you have to override the method, I'm just going to take as a method. I'll tell you how later on why we are using this method. Equal to, we have to give the put. Okay, so this post method is going to be overridden with the put method, and in order to do that we have to install our method override module as well. So now let's install our method override module in the terminal here, npm install method override. So method override module is getting installed, and now let's install its types as well because we are using TypeScript, so we have to install its types as well. Meanwhile it's getting installed, let's go to our server.ts file. Here we have to configure our method override. So if you see here, method override types also installed here. Now here we will use import method override from method override. Okay, now we have to configure this method override. So let's configure somewhere here app.use method override, and inside this method override we have to give our overridden method name. Okay, so here I'm going to give as a method. Okay, and this is the same method that we are using here in our index file. If you see here, I have given underscore method. Okay, so whatever the name that we are going to configure in method override, we have to use the same method name over here. Now this is not going to work, so we have to submit JavaScript. Let's find the form. So let's give some ID for this form. ID give as a form action. Okay, so let's find out this action form over here. jQuery $sign with, I'll give here because we are using the ID, so we are going to use the form action ID. Okay, has, and then after that we have to submit the form. Okay, as soon as we are going to click on this button, it's going to submit with the post, but we are going to change the method as a, here we are going to use the method as a delete here because put is being used for the update and delete is being used for the delete. Okay, so here we are going to use the method as delete. Now this is going to be submitted. Now let's go to our author controller. Here in our author controller, let's write the method for delete here. We should be having delete author. Yeah, so here we have the delete author. Now remove this line, and here first of all we have to find out the ID. Okay, so just give as a cons ID equal to, and that we are getting from request.params. Okay, so we will use the request.params.id. Okay, and then this ID we are the same ID that we are going to delete from the database. Okay, so now here we are going to use const author equal await because now I'm going to delete the data from the database. So if you are using await, then we have to use the async as well, and here await, and we have to use author dot find one and delete. Okay, so author dot find one and delete. Okay, find one and delete. Yeah, here, and here we have to pass our ID. Okay, so we are going to pass the ID as ID here. Okay, so same ID is going to be deleted from the database, and once the data is being deleted, and this needs to be enclosed with the curly bracket. Okay, because we are passing the object here. Now once the data is getting deleted, it should be redirect to our index page. So we have to simply call this method here, render author. That's it. Now let's go to our author route. Here we have delete author, right? So inside our delete author, we are just sending the ID, and this method is delete only. So what exactly is going to be happen? We are passing method as a post, but it's going to be override with the delete method. Okay, so now let's test it. Let's create another terminal over here. Let's start the server, nodemon src server.ts. Okay, now our server is up and running. So go to the application here. I'll just try to log in once again and go to the author, and here once we try to, let's delete the author 3. Okay, so once we delete the author, it's getting deleted from the database. Okay, now let's see if it's being deleted from the database or not. So here let's browse the collection, management and author. So if you see here, we are having author 2 and author 3. Basically it's deleted the author 1. Why? Because of that there could be a issue that here inside our index page we have given a form over here, right? So what exactly happening inside this each loop, it's going to generate the 3 forms, and it's getting submitted with the only the first form. So once we click on this submit button, then our first form action, because like there are multiple forms generated on the page with the ID form action, right? So it's getting submitted the first form. Now let me give ID over here. Each and every form we are having their own ID. So I'll give the author ID here, and the same author ID I would be getting here once we are finding the form. Okay, so now it should be okay. Let me save it. Now let's go back to our application. So here let me add one more author here as author1 @gmail.com. Okay, so now here we have author1, author2, author3. Okay, so now let me delete the author3 for now. So author3 gets deleted. Okay, so now it's working fine. And now if we edit the author2, so it's load the data for author2 only. So now we have done the method override for the delete method. Now let's go back to our routing file, index route. So this verified token is, so I'm just doing some code refactor. So this is not required actually here. So I'm just deleting it for now. And now let's go to our author route. So here let me do some reorder. First of all, we have to add the author, then we have to view the author, then we have to edit the author. So here edit we are not using this edit actually, so we have to remove it. And then we are using the post. So this is my post method to save the author. Then we have to update the author, and finally we are using the delete. Okay, but if you want to use the put, so we can use the put over here, but in the same way that we have did for the delete, we have to do in the same way for the post method as well. Okay, now let's remove this get author over here, and now go to our author controller. In our author controller, view authors, then we are using view author, one line gap here, and edit author, then new author. Let's put new author on top. Then we have view authors, view author, edit author. Let's put this save author on top of the edit author, and then we have to use our save author, edit author, and this is our update author. Basically this is to load the template, and this is actually update that our data. Now here we have this get author is not going to be used anymore, so remove this. And here we have the delete author. Okay, and now finally we have our private method as a render author. So it's everything looks good. Now let's see once again our application. Now everything looks good. It's saving. Our server is getting ready for now. So our server is now ready. Now let's go back to our application here. Let's log in, author, and if you see here, As of now, we have author 2, author 1. Now let's add one more author over here, author 3. Add author, author 3, author 3, and save it. So now we have author 1, author 2, author 3. Okay. Now let's see our search functionality is working. Yes, it's working absolutely fine. Now let's add author is already working. Now let's see for the edit. Author 2 updated. Now let's remove the updated one. Save it. So here our view, edit. Now let's check with the delete. So I'm going to delete the author 2, okay, author 1, okay, that is in center. So our author 1 also gets deleted. So for now we have completed our search, add author functionality, view author, edit author, as well as delete author by using the method override method. Okay. Now further we are going to implement our book router, and there we will try to create a book and then view book, edit book, and implement the delete book functionality, and we will try to upload the image functionality as well. Okay. But before that, let me commit that what we have done so far. So application here, let's open a new terminal as a git bash. So currently I am in the branch 5. So let's change the branch, git branch -m v6. Okay. Now I'm on the branch 6, git status. So we have these many files. Now git add. Let's add all these files. Now let's again check the git status. So all these files have been added. Now let's commit -m, and in this we have completed our author route and its action. Okay. Now let's git push head. We have to use git push origin head, right? Yeah. Git push origin head. Okay. Yep. So it's pushing now. So all these files have been pushed. So far we have completed our author routes, and here in our application I have added some actual author over here. So once we are going to create the book router, then we are going to map with these authors. So now let's start creating with the book router. So first of all, here in our view folder we are going to create another folder as a book, and inside book we are going to create all these files. Okay. Edit, index, new, view, copy and paste, because all those files are going to be same inside the book folder as well. Okay. Now once user click on the book route, it should goes to the index page. Okay, book index page. So now let's implement the book index page first. So this is our index page. Here we'll have all the things same as a search option, and here we are going to author new. So here we will give as a book new, and this is add book, and then after that, so here we are not going to use the table. Here we are follow the div design. So now I'm going to remove everything from the table over here. So we will remove this table. Okay. Okay. So we will implement this later on, the list of all the book. Now go and add the router for the index page in the book controller. Okay. So now here we have in the book controller. Now let's create here a view book, view books, and here we are going to render our index page. Okay. So now response.render, and inside that we are going to render our book page, book index page. Okay. So book, that we will give index and add this view book inside our book route. So here as a default route, here view books. Okay. Now let's see if it's working or not. So here in our books, it should goes to the book. So it's giving option as a search option is not defined. Okay. So for the time being, I'm just going to remove from index page this search option. Now save it. Server is again starting now. Now server is ready. Now let's see here. Let's refresh this page. So now here we are seeing that book search author. So we are having change over here in our index page, book index page. Here we should be having search book. So here we have a search book, and then here we have book name, add book. Okay, see it once again. Yeah. So now we have option for the search book, search and add book. Okay. Here we are not seeing the other routes because we are not passing the user information which are available in the JWT token inside the cookies. That we will implement it. So what we have to do, we just have to add in our here in our server.js file. here we are using the verified token. Okay, so we have to pass our user information inside the our book controller here. Okay, so now let's pass the user detail here. Go to, we can take it from the author controller. Here we have request user, and we can pass it here user details. Okay, user, and here give it as any. So this is going to accept it. Okay, now it will be comma. Now let's see once again. So here, if you see, for the book route as well, we are seeing all the router link over here. Okay, so that part is working now. Now let's start working on the add book functionality. Let's go to the book model. Here inside the book model, I'm going to do a small changes over here. In place of cover image, I'm just going to have cover, and we will give one more type over here, cover type. Okay, which would be the image type. So here it would be string. Now let's add this cover type to schema as well. So here it would be cover type, and it would be cover only. Okay, we will be adding cover image path over here as well, but we will do it later on once it's required. Now let's go to the book controller. Let's add the route for the new book, so we can copy it from our author controller. So here we have our new author. Yep, this is our new author. Same we are going to copy and paste in our book controller. We can mark it as a new book, and it's going to render book, and it would be new book. Let's import this book from book model. Import book from models book. Now it should be loading our book template. Now let's add this new book to our book route. We can copy it from our third route that we did same. So here router.get new. Here same we can do router.get new. Here we can do the book controller dot new book. Okay, now let's add the template for the book as well inside the book new. So this is the template that we are using for author. So we are going to replace the template from the book. So I'm going to just replace this with the book template. So if you see here I have taken a header as a add book, and then I have taken a book title. After that, here we are binding the drop down list for the author selections, and here I have given the condition if author ID and book author ID is matching, then after that we are putting the selected value for that particular author. If in the else condition, we are just binding with the author. Okay, after that we have given a publish date text box for the publish date, where we have a type as a date, and after that we have given a field for the page count, and this is for the upload book cover. And if you see here, type is file, so here we are using type as a file, and after that we are using description, and finally we are having the button for our close as well as our save button. Okay, that is the type of submit. I'll be providing the reference for this project in the description link, so you can take the reference from there for all these templates. And here this template required the author data inside this template, so we have to pass our author detail inside the book controller. So let's pass that. So now here inside the new book, we are going to use const author type of any equal to, we are using the await here because we are fetching the data from the database, and it would be a promise, so we are using await and author dot find, right? Let's import author as well. So here same like we have imported the book, we can import the author as well, and here it would be author model. Okay, now it should be working, and if we have used await, we must have to use async. Okay, and now this author information we have to pass inside our template. So and this is the author list, so we have to give pass here authors, and it's going to have the list of all the authors. Okay, now hopefully this should be working. Let's save it. Server is not ready yet. Yeah, server is ready. Now let's see. Let's log in once again, sign in, and go to the books and click on add new books. So here it's showing as an error, book is not defined. Okay, let's see inside our new template. So here it's saying as a book is not defined. Okay, so book dot author, expecting the book as well. Let's go to our book controller. Here we are passing author, so that's the wrong. Okay, so here we have to book because this is the book information, and we had copied from author controller, so it was a mistake. Now let's run it once again. Yep, now server is ready. Let's see, refresh this page. Yeah, so now you can see here page to add the book. Okay, now let's see if validation is working. Yep, all the validations are working fine because already we have implemented the validation at the layout page. Okay, so it's going to work for the entire application. Now here we are uploading the file, okay, image file. So we have to take care of few things. Now let's see in our new file. If you see, whenever we are uploading any data image file to the database, we have to give this type, enc type multipart form data. Okay, if we don't provide this, we won't be able to post our image data. Okay, and the second thing, here in our book cover, if you see, I have given type as a file. Okay, so we have to provide type as a file for our input control. Okay, now in order to upload the file, we are going to implement a module as a express file upload module. Okay, so now let's install that express file module. So here we are going to install one more module, npm install express file module. Okay, express file upload module. So it's getting installed now. So this file module is, so this express file upload module is installed. Now let's configure this module in our server.ts file. So first of all, let's import this. Import file upload from express file upload. Okay, it's not finding the module. Now let's install its types as well. So here we are going to install the types. Since we are using the TypeScript, so explicitly we have to install for the its types as well. Now we are going to configure this file upload inside our middleware. So here, let's implement it here. app.use file upload. Yep. So we are good now. This file upload. Anyway, it's fine. Now, once we provide all the data and click on the save button, all the information needs to be stored into the database. So we have to implement the save functionality in our book controller. So let's go to the book controller. Inside our book controller, here we have save book. Okay, so we are going to copy it from our author controller. Here we have save author. So we are going to copy it from save author and we will mention it here as a save author. So here let's change the method name here, save book. Let's close this terminal. In order to close, to open, Control J command. Okay, now let's see what all the values give request any here first. Yeah, we should be seeing that what is the coming inside the request.body, and then after that here it would be creating a new book, and inside that book we would be having field. We have taken title, so we are going to take the field as a title, and the title that we are going to take it from request.body.title. But before that, let's see first what all the values that we are getting. So we are going to comment it for now, and the file value that we are getting into the request.files. Okay, here request.files. Now let's see, and this save book needs to be added to our book route. So here we are passing default route as a post and save book. Okay, so now let's see, save this. Yep, login it once again, book, add book, test. Here I'm selecting the one author, J.K. Rowling. Give the publish date, count as T, and let's take one of my thumbnail here. Open, and now let's save it. Okay, so once we click on save it, it's not going to save, but we are going to see the data. So if you see here in the request body, we are getting, this is the user information after logged in. Yeah, so if you see, we are getting here title, author, publish date, page count, description, and this is that we are this is the data that we are getting for the file. So this is the file data, this is the file name. I mean, like, this is the complete cover detail related to the files. So name, data, size, encoding, truncated, MIME type, all these information are there. Okay, now let's implement this in our book controller. So here title, and then after that we would be having our and author request.body.author, and then we have publish date. So if you see here publish date, let me copy it quickly, publish date, and then after that we have page count, request.body.page count, and then we would be having description. Okay, request.body.description. Now we have to check this file if we are getting, let me remove this, we have to check this request.file is there or not. Request.files, if it's there, then we are going to pass the book book.cover, because already we have this book. Sorry, this is book and book.cover, and we have to pass this book.cover buffer from. Then we have to take inside request.files as change it as any, and then we have to be, and this is request files as any, and then we have to dot cover, then we will get the data for the dot cover, and then we have data. Okay, and finally we have its encoding as a base 64, and then after that we have to pass the cover type. So book dot cover type to be T would be capital type, and then same we are going to take as a request dot file as any, and from here we are going to get the cover dot mem type. Okay, so now we will be having our cover and cover type detail, and then after that we have to save this book. Okay, let's save this book, const new book, and here book dot save, and let's, for now let's remove this render method. Now let's copy new book. Okay, so our data needs to be stored to the database. Now let's see if data is getting stored or not. Yep, server is now ready. Now let's see, refresh this, sign in book and add book here. Test 1, select author Jory John, published date is 27th, page count 34, choose file is, I'm just taking one of my thumbnail here, description test. Okay, now save it. You see here, and our data is getting stored to the database. Now let's check into the database if data is getting stored or not. So here I'm going to browse my collection. So now you can see here we are able to see our book data. So now the data is getting stored to the database. Now let's implement the functionality for the view. Now let's close this terminal. Now once book is saved, then let's redirect to our book index page. So let's redirect to our book index page here. We can use response.redirect and we can give as a book. Okay, now let's save it. Now refresh it once again. Yep, now login, book and add book, test 2, page count 34, book chosen, description, test. Now information saved to the database and it redirected to the search book page, that is the book index page. Okay, now further we are going to work on the index page where we are going to list out all the books inside a div. So now let's do it. Go to our book index page. Now here we are going to create a book grid template. Okay, that book grid template would be the common for our entire project. So we are going to create a book grid inside our partial. So here I'll be creating a book grid.ejs file, book grid.ejs. Okay, and in this book grid.ejs file we are going to pass the list of the books. Okay, and then after that we will do the iteration for all the book inside the books collection. Okay, so now let's see, I'm going to paste over here. I'll come to this later on this large and small part, or as of now we can remove it so we don't have any confusion on that. Okay, now control A, control KF, so our page is going to be formatted. And if you see here, we are checking here book.length. If it is greater than 0, then we are looping our each and every book from the books collection. Okay, and then after that here I have taken a card title box, and inside that I'm going to give image path. This image path is nothing, it's returning the data from the database for that particular image. And then after that we have book title, book description, and here we have book author name, book published date, page count, and here we have 3 buttons: view, edit and delete. Okay, now let's save this and go to our index page, book index page. Inside this div, container div, we are going to give the reference of this our book grid file. So in order to add a reference for the file, we have to give percentile sign and then hyphen. Okay, and then we have to use the include. Okay, and inside include we have to give our file path. Okay, so here we have partials, because as of now we are in our book, so we have to go one directory up, then after that we will be getting the partials. Okay, so here partials, and then after that we would be having bookgrid.ejs. Okay, and inside that we would be passing our books collection. Okay, so here we can write like that, same as we have written in the TypeScript. So here books, and we are passing inside the books, and once we will render this index page, we will pass this books data inside this template. Okay, and this action needs to be there as a book actually. And yep, everything looks good now. And now we need to add the route in our book controller, okay, for our index page. So if you see here in our view books, here we are passing our book index, right? But here we are not passing our book data. I mean, like list of the books data. So let's pass that data as well. Better to let's have a separate function as we did for the author as a render author. So similarly, we can do it here as well. So I'm just going to copy this method as a render author, and I'll paste it inside the book controller. Okay, here I'll give as a render book, and here we have search option as any, and here we are passing our search option request.query.name. That's fine. And here we are checking if we have our pattern, then we are passing this regular expression, and then here we have to find out the books. Okay, so we have to find out the list of the books here, and then here we have to be await book.find and pass the search option, and then after that we have to populate, because book are having the author ID, and that author ID belongs to the different author model. So we have to populate those author as well. Okay, so we have option over here dot populate, and then we have a populate author, and finally we have to execute it. Okay, like this we can execute it. Now we would be having in the book all the author details as well inside our books collection. Now let's log this book here, console.log book, and then after that we can redirect to our book page. Okay, so here we can use the response.redirect. Response.redirect is not required because already we are in the index page. So here book slash index, and here we are passing the collection of the books here. So this would be books, and then search option that we are passing request query. That's fine. And here we are passing in user information. Okay, so yep, and this render book needs to be called over here, this dot render book, and inside this render book we have to pass our request and response, because the same request and response, same context is going to be passed to the our render method. So now we are good over here. Now let's add this method to our book route. So here we have a default method as a view book, so everything looks good over here. And the other option here we have in the index page, as we have removed the search option, so we will be adding this search option to our book index page as well. So we would be able to find out the book from the book index page. Now everything looks good. Let's see if our server is ready. Yeah, our server is ready. Now let's log in it once again, sign in, and go to the book. So now here we are getting error as a unexpected token catch while compiling EJS. Okay, so let's go and see what the issue with bookgrid.ejs file. So here in our bookgrid.ejs file, here we have book cover image path. So let's create this book cover image path as a virtual property in our book model. So go to the book model first. Here we have book model. Now inside our book model, so let's create a virtual over here. So book schema dot virtual. In order to create a virtual property, we can create like this virtual, and then after that we have to give the virtual property name. So our virtual property name is cover image path. So cover image path. Okay, and then we have to be pass get the value. So get, and then we have to write inside a function, or we can just write a callback function inside. So function, and that is going to be returned as any, and inside this function we are going to check if we are having the value inside this dot cover and this dot cover type. So this dot cover, and we are having the value inside the this dot cover type, this dot cover type. Let's close this terminal, control J, and if we have the value, then after that we have to return. And what we have to return, we have to return data, and then we have to data this dot cover type. First we have to give the type. So here this dot cover type, and then we have to char set is UTF-8 base 64, and once it's done, then we have to give comma, and then we have to give the actual cover data. Okay, so now we are going to pass the actual cover data. So this dot cover dot toString, and inside this we are going to take it as a base 64. Okay, encoding. So now this is the virtual property that we have from the book schema, which is going to return the book data. Now let's go back to our book grid page. Here we have book image path, so we have the property, virtual property over here. Now everything looks good. Go to the index page. So basically here we have name, so we need to replace with the value, because as of now we are going to get the value for the book name, sorry, title, and here give title. Here we can give title, because now we are passing it as a title over here. Okay, title. Now go to our controller, book controller. Here in our book controller we are passing it as a request.query.title and search option.title. Title, search option. Yep, everything looks good. Now let me save it, run it once again. Control J. Server is still getting started. Now server is up and running. Now let's go back and see once again. Refresh, go to book. Still we are getting error, so we have issues with bookgrid.ejs. Okay, let's see once again. This is our book grid page. Here we have if condition, that's okay. Here we have book, and inside we are looping this, and then we have our book card, and here we are closing this. Here we are okay, so here basically we are not closing this if condition, so that would be the issue. Yep, so now we are closing this if condition. Okay, now let's save it. Now wait for the servers to be up and running. Now here server is up and running. Now let's see, go back and book. Yeah, so here we are seeing the book search. As of now we don't have any data for the book. I have already deleted it, couple of records that we have added because it was having a huge image size. Now I'm going to add some new book over here, so let me just add inside this image. Okay, here we have all my friends are dead, so let's add this book. All my friends are dead. Okay, and author is Jory John. Yeah, Jory John, and let's give some publish date. I'm just giving random publish date as a, and book count, page count as a 233. File selected, and here I'm kid storybook. Okay, now let's save it. As soon as we save it, it's going to be displayed in our index page, but its size is huge. I believe we have to do some changes in our bookgrid.ejs file. So now let's go to our bookgrid.ejs file here. So here we are using class book cover. Let's go to the style sheet. So here in our public we have style sheet, style.css. Now let's create a class book cover, and we are going to give some width for the image. So I'll just set it as a width 200 pixel, and then I'll give height little bit more than width. Okay, height as let's give as a 280 pixel. Okay, now save it. Let's go back and refresh it once again. Yep, we are able to see here a div, and inside the div that we are having the image, and here we are seeing the title, here we are seeing the description, here we are seeing the author name, right? And here we are seeing the publish date, and this author name is getting from the author data, right? Because we are having the author key, author ID inside our book. Okay, and here we are seeing the page count. Okay, now let me add some more book. Add book. Now I'm going to add another book as Harry Potter. So Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling. Okay, so now let's open Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling, and let me give some page count as a magical story. Okay, magic story. Now let's save it. As soon as we save, it goes to the index page. Okay, we are not seeing this div inside in a proper way, so I'll fix that. For now I'm just adding all those our books over here. So let me add one more book here Malala and Jory John, and give some date here as a 27, page count 454, choose file, this image, and girl who stood for education killed by Taliban. Save it. As soon as we save it, we are seeing this all these three books are stored into the database. Now let's all these div in a proper way. So let's do some changes in the design. Let's go back to our classes here. In our book grid, we are using the class as a title box. So let's create it, because this is the div where we are adding the entire our book details. So now let's go to the our style sheet. Here let's add title box class over here. So in this class I have given the display as flex, and maximum width I have given 500, height as a given 200, and background color is white. Margin I have given 10 pixel. So each and every div should be separated, and here I have given box shadow. Okay, now let's see how exactly it look like. Refresh it. So now if you see here, we are seeing border and gray everything, but it's not coming in a row. Now let's see. So now go to our book grid file. Here we are using the book content, and this book content is inside our section block. So if you see here in our layout, this entire div is coming inside our body, is coming inside our section. Okay, so now let's give one more class over here. Inside our class style.css file, here we are going to add the book content, book cover and book content. So here I have given flex basis as 100%, and then flex direction row display flex, and flex wrap is wrap, and justify content center. Okay, so now let's save it and see. Yep, so now if you see, now we are seeing in a flex box, and that is horizontally aligned. Okay, now let me add some more books over here. Add book. Let's add one more book over here. So Michael Jordan is written by Roland. So open Michael Jordan Roland, and I'm giving publish date as a 30th of June, and here page count, some random page count. So as soon as we save it, it goes to the index page, and we are seeing this. But now still width of this particular section is not enough. So we need to be seeing all these records in a complete page. So now let's see. We have to give some property to the section as well, because this entire information is coming inside the section box. So now let's go back to our style sheet once again, and here we will give the style for the section as well. Okay, now for this section I have given width as 100%, display flex, and justify content center, and align item center. Okay, now let's save it and go back to our application, refresh it. So still it's not coming inside the full width. So now let's see once again. Here we have a container div. If you see here inside our layout section, we have this container div, and this container div having a class here. Inside our style class, container div is having 50%. Okay, so now let's give as 100%. Now refresh it. Yeah, so now it's all the divs are not coming in a row. So now let's see what is the other issue we have. So now let's open our developer tool. Here go to the, here if you see, this is a Control Shift C. If you want to inspect any element, click on this, and then we can inspect it. So this size is 100% should be, yeah. So this is getting container. Okay, so what, so see all the class property. If you see here on the top, we are able to see left corner. And now if we go here, so here we can see it's this div container is having a width of 200 pixel. Okay, so now let's see where exactly we have given this book container 200 pixel. Now let's go back here. Now let's search Control Shift F 2000 pixel. So here we have 2000 pixel. Now let's remove this class, save it. Let's go back to the application and refresh it once again. It required login once again, so let's log in it. Now go to the book. Yeah, so now it looks better. So if it's going to be increased by this count, then it's going to be wrap our div. Okay, because we have taken our flex box. Now further we are going to implement our view, edit and delete functionality for this book. So far we have implemented our search functionality and add book functionality, and we are showing all the books in our index page. Okay, now let's test with search functionality. So we have not tested so far all. So it's searching the proper book. All my book friends are dead. Now let's another book, Jordan. Okay, So this is also working, and let's search another book for Malala. So it's working for Malala as well. Now remove this and search it. So it should be working for the blank field as well. So for the blank, it should load all the records. So it's working, and add book functionality already we have seen it's working. Now we are going to further move with the view functionality. Okay. So go to our Visual Studio Code, and now let's go to our, here we have our book view.ejs file. So we have to replace this template because this is the view author that we have copied from there. Now let me replace this with the book template. Okay, book view template. So if you see here in the view template, we have almost same thing. Here we have given book cover image path, and here the only one difference that we have given here, we have width and height is 400 and 600 pixels. So here image is going to be in a larger view, and here we have given view book title and book description, and same all the information, author, published date, page count, everything that we are shown here as it is. And then here we have view, edit and delete functionality. Okay, so in fact view functionality is not needed over here, so I'll remove this. We are needing only edit and delete functionality from there. Okay, now this view page needs to be rendered once we click on the view link. So let's go to our book controller page, and here we should be having something like view book. Okay, so now let's go to the author controller, and here we have view author, right? So we can copy this and go to our book controller. Here we can have a view book. Okay, similarly we can implement for the book as well. Here we should be having this book, and we should find from the book, find by id, and then after that it should be returning the book. And here it should, we have to pass parameter as book over here, and here it should render the book view. Okay, here I'm not populating the author details, so I'll show you how exactly it would be. So we will be seeing only id if you are not populating the author id. Okay, now let's see how exactly it look like. So let's see if, yep, our server is up and running. Refresh, and now let's click on the all my friends are dead over here. Okay, so it should goes to the book and pass to the id. Okay, so this is happening because we have not added this view book to our book router. Okay, so we have to add this to our book router. So here we have book router. So now let's here implement for the book route. So it would be get request, and here we are passing id, and it would be view book. Okay, and once user click on view book, then it should goes to the and render the view template. Okay, now let's save it and test it once again. So now here our server is up and running. So let's go and refresh. Now let's click on the view button. Now it's going to the view page. Okay, so if you see here image in a little bit larger size, and all the details that we are seeing from the book over here. Okay, but if you see here, we are not able to see the author detail because we have not populated author id inside our book record. Okay, so now let's do that first. So here in our view book, as we earlier did, like populate, and we what we have to populate author. Okay, and then we have to do execute. Okay, so now what will happen inside book, our author is going to be populated. So now let's see, go to library once again and refresh this page. As soon as we refresh, you can see here our author is populated inside our book page. Okay, now our view functionality is working. Now let's go back to our index page. Now further we want to implement edit functionality. Okay, so now let's implement the edit functionality as well. So once user click on the edit, it should load the edit page with the all the previous loaded value. Okay, so now let's go back to our book controller. Here let's copy the edit functionality from the, so here we have now let's copy this update author from here and paste inside our update book. Okay, now here we need to replace this author to book, and here this book find by id and this user, so we have to replace with any. Now if we are using await, then we have to use the async, and for now I'm just going to delete this, and here it should be book.save. Finally we are going to save the book. Okay, and here we have to render our book. Now we are going to pass the value which we are getting from the request.body from our edit page. Okay, so one by one we will pass this value. So book.title, so basically already we have done similarly here. So we will copy these things from here, and so but before that we have to mention here book.title, because now we are updating our book. So I'll just copy this and paste it for all the fields. Okay, it should be equal sign here, so I've replaced all the colon with the equal sign. Okay, now here it's expecting semicolon. Okay, now we have to check for the book cover and cover type as well. Okay, so if request.files is available, then after that we have to bind cover and cover type. Here what we can do, here we can check if our request.body is also available, then after that we have to bind its fields. Okay, so now here request.body is available, then only we have to do all those things. Okay, now let's control A, control KF. So this is our update book, and here we are not using this user information because directly we are rendering our book. Okay, so here we are finding the book, and then after that we are checking our request body, and then we are populating all of our book fields and then saving, and finally we are rendering it, okay, on the index page. Okay, now let's see if this update book is being added over here or not in our book route. So here we have update book. Okay, and we are passing with, and this would be a put. For now I'm going to implement it as a post and save it. And now let's see in our book edit template if we are having this button as a post or not. Submit, yeah, this is a type submit button, and this is a update, and once we submit it, then it should go action is the book and book id. Okay, and method is post, so it should be working fine. Now let's test it. So our server is up and running. Now let's go to the library management, refresh this page. Now let's edit this. Here I'm going to mark it as updated, and let's choose the file. I'm going to use the same file here, open, and this I'm going to description also updated. Okay, now let me update it. So once it's updating, expected is to go back to our index page. If you see here, my title and descriptions both are updated over here. So our edit functionality also working. Now let's implement the delete functionality. So in order to implement the delete functionality, we are using the method override, since put and delete both are not supported by the browser. So now let's go back to our index page here, our book index page, and inside the book grid, so we have find here our delete functionality inside our book grid. So if you remember, we have already implemented our method override for delete in our view in our author functionality. So now let's get it from author index. So if you see here, we have taken a form, and inside this form that we have given a delete functionality. Okay, so now similarly we will do it over here as well. So we will take a form here, book grid, and however here form is required for this particular anchor only. Okay, so now let's copy this line from here. Okay, and we are using the form. Okay, close tag, control kf. So form action, here we are going to give the book id, and then here it should goes for the book author id, method is delete, and method override we are doing with the delete, and here we are having post. Okay, and now we have to submit this. Okay, so here we have to pass form action as a book id and submit. Okay, now let's remove this. Better to have this form at the top of the all the buttons. Okay, now control kf, so it's formatted now. Now let's go back to our book controller. Here we have to implement the delete functionality. So now let's go to our author controller. We can copy the delete author, and here in our book controller similarly we can paste it, and here we are having author, so we are going to have a book, and here we are going to have book find, and here we have to use a sync. Okay, and await, then we are finding one and delete, and here render book. Okay, so we have added our delete functionality. Now let's see if it's being already added to our book route or not. I hope so, it's already being added. So if you see here, router.delete we are using. Okay, so here we are not using the post, here we are using the delete. However, we are submitting it as a post, but at the backend side it's going to react as a delete. Okay, request. Now let's see if it's working or not. Save it. So now our server is up and running. Now let's see, refresh this page. and let's try to delete. So it's showing as author is not defined. Okay, so yeah, here we are using author ID, which should be the book ID. Okay, so now let's go back to our book grid page. Here we are using author ID, which needs to be book ID. Okay, now let's save it. Now server is up. Let's go back. Now let's delete this Harry Potter. Yep, so Harry Potter is deleted. Okay, so if you see here, we have implemented our search functionality, add book, view, edit and delete. All the functionality are working as expected. Okay, and if you see here, I have not implemented anywhere inside book and author route. I have not implemented any try catch block because I have to implement a centralized error handling. Okay, but if you see here in our user controller, I have given try catch block. So basically, it's not a best practice to use the try catch block everywhere. So I'm going to use error handling in a centralized way. Okay, so in our next section we are going to see our error handling, and then further we are going to deploy our application. Okay, so now let's commit whatever done we have so far. So let's open another terminal, git bash. Now check git status. So we have our implemented book functionality, book route. Okay, and here we have, I have added already image that what I have been used over here, and we have book and book grid. Okay, so now git add all the files. Now let's check the git status once again. Now let's git commit. So as of now we are using v6 branch. Now let's change the v6 branch. So I'm going to create a new branch, git branch -m, and then I'm going to give a v7. Okay, so now I'm on v7 branch. Now let's git commit, give the message, and message would be implemented book and author route. Okay, now let's push code to our repository. So git push origin head. Okay, so now all the code have been pushed. Okay, now further we are going to implement our centralized error handling. Hello everyone, in our previous section we have seen CRUD operation for author and book router, and we have completed for search functionality, view, edit and delete functionality for both author and book. Now in this section we are going to do the error handling, and we will see how we can do the error handling at the centralized location rather than using try catch block each and everywhere. And after that we are going to implement our home and contact route, and once home and contact route is completed, then after that finally we will do our build and we will deploy our application to the IIS server. So now let's proceed. Let's flip to the Visual Studio. Now we are going to implement error handling. Error handling is a very crucial part of any application. Whenever we talk about the error handling, we should not use the try catch block. Try catch block is not a best practice to use it. So other option is implement error handling at the centralized location. So in this application, what we are going to do, we are going to create a error handler class, and then after that, that error handler is going to be inject in our app router. And in case of any error comes to the application anywhere, it will redirect to our error template page. Okay, and as well as it will log the error data. Now let's implement. Now first of all, let's create a middleware inside our middleware folder. So let me create a new file here as error handler.ts. Inside this error handler, let's create a class as error handler, and inside this class let's create a function variable as a public static as handle error, and inside this variable I'm going to pass a fat arrow function. So let's create a fat arrow function over here, and inside this fat arrow function we are going to pass the parameter as error request response and next. Okay, so error, let's give type as a any, request type as any, and then response type as any, and then finally we have next. Okay, type as any. Now whenever we have four parameters, error, request, response and next, so our express router implicitly understand that this first position is reserved for the error. Okay, now we will check in the function if we have any error into the system or not. Okay, so if we don't have any error, we will pass it to the next middleware. Okay, so now let's check. If we don't have any error, not error, then we have to just return to the next. Okay, that would be our first step. Now next we have to log our error in case of any error is there. Okay, so let's log our error, console.log, and we have to log our error as a error log, and then we will pass our error detail over here. Okay, and once we have logged our error, subsequently we have to render our error template. Okay, so now let's response.render. We have to pass our error template over here. In this temp, we have to pass the error information. Okay, so now let's pass the error information over here in the form of the object. So we are first that we are going to pass as a message, and it would be the error.message, and then we have pass the status as error.status, and finally we have to pass the code. Okay, code would be error.status code. Okay, so now we have implemented over here our error handler class, and this is for entire application. Okay, now we should be having some custom error handling as well. So now let's show me that how we have to handle our custom error. So now let me create one more static variable over here, public static handle unknown URL. Suppose that user is typing some unknown URL in the browser, so we have to handle that as well. Okay, so now handle unknown URL. Okay, and let's pass as a fat arrow function over here, and inside this function we are going to pass request response and next. Okay, type of any, response type of any, and next type of any. Okay, I'm here just giving type of any. Now here we are not passing the error parameter because we are going to create our custom error. So now we have to create a custom error like const error, that I can mark it as a any, and then we can use our error class new error, and what we can give the message over here as can't find, and we have to give the URL. Okay, so now we can, I'm using template literal over here, that is came into the ECMAScript 6. So whenever we are using the template literal, we can pass our variable inside our dollar then curly bracket. Okay, so here request dot original URL on the server. Okay, this would be the error message, and then after that we are going to pass as a error status, the second parameter that we have error status. So here we are going to pass as a fail, and third thing that we have to pass our error status code. Okay, so here I'm going to pass as error code as 404. Okay, and then after that we will redirect it to next middleware, that is the error middleware. Okay, so what we are going to pass inside our next as a error. Okay, now this function is going to be handled inside our this error handler. Okay, now we have created our error handler. We have to expose this error handler, so we are going to expose it. So we have to export default, and then we have to use the error handler. Okay, error handler. Okay, so now we have created our error handler middleware. Now we have to inject this middleware to our express router. Okay, so now go to our server.ts file. Here first of all we have to import that middleware. Okay, so now let's import it. Import error handler from middleware error handler. Okay, now we need to inject this error handler to our express router. So here we are going to use as a app.all, and we are having any star any other route a part of that we have defined in our application, then it should call our middleware unknown URL. Okay, so now here error handler dot unknown handle unknown URL. Okay, and then after that we have to inject our error handler middleware as well. Okay, so app dot use, because here we are going to handle all of our error. Okay, so here error handler dot handle error. Okay, now the third step that we are going to create a error template page. So now inside our view folder, let's create a error template error.ejs. So now let me add a error template page over here. So if you see inside this page, I have just given whatever the message that we are getting inside our error template, we are passing it here. And here if we have code, error status code as a 500, then we are showing as an internal server error. Else if we have a 403, then we are showing as a message session expired, please sign in. And any other code if we have a part of 403, then we are showing please go back to the home page. Okay, we can implement any other code if we have. I have just given some sample over here. Okay, so now let's control A, control K, F. So now it's getting formatted. Now let's open a terminal. Now let's run this application. We can use nodemon src server.ts, as well as we can run npm run dev as well. Okay, which have already been defined. For now I'm using nodemon server.ts. Now our server is ready. So let's see. Yep, let's log in on any page. So in order to show the error messages, let me give expiration time for our JWT token. It's just for 10 seconds. So let's go to our user controller. Inside our user controller, here we are configuring our expiration in time. So here I'm just going to give as a 10 second. Okay, let's save it. So now our server is ready. So let's go and sign in. Now let's click on book, author, and book, author, home. So still it's not redirecting to the our error page. So let's see what is the issue we have. So in our we are verifying the token over here. So inside our token here we have JWT verify, and here we are passing. Okay, so here we are sending the status as a 403. So what exactly we have to do over here? In case of any error, we have to just next and we have to pass the error. Okay, and we can set the status code as a error dot status code as a 403. Okay, now we are not required this line, so remove this. Now let's save it, and we are going to remove this try catch block, so we are not required anymore. Now let's control A, control KF, so it's getting formatted. Save it. Now our server is up and running. Now let's see. Let's log in once again, and here go to the book, and then go to the author, then go to home, and then go to the author. Yeah, so if you see here, we are seeing the message as a JWT expired and session expired, and here we have please sign in. Okay, but we should not show this JWT expired. Okay, so what we have to do, if you see here, error has been logged over here, JWT expired. Okay, whenever we are having this message in our error template, we can just mention as a here in there is some problem. Okay, and then if 500, then we can show as a internal server error, otherwise we can see as a session expired. Otherwise, if other than 403, then we can show as a go back to the home page. Okay, now let's save it. So now our server is up, so let's go back and log in once again. Now let's sign in and click here home, author. Let's wait for 10 seconds. So almost 10 seconds over. Yeah, so if you see here, we are getting there is some problem, session expired, please sign in. Okay, now let's check for the unknown URL. So go to sign in page once again, sign in, and if I here pass some random URL, okay, and I enter, then immediately it goes to the our error page. As soon as there is some problem, please go back to the home page. Okay, so now once he goes to the home page, then there's some problem, session expired. Okay, because we have given just 10-second time for the expiration in. Okay, so now let's sign in. So now let's review what we have done. So first of all, we have created our error handler class over here. In this, we have given an error handler middleware and handle unknown URL middleware. Okay, and subsequently we have injected this middleware to our express router. Okay, and at the end of the router, we are using the error handler. We have injected our error handler middleware. Okay, and eventually we have created our error template.ejs file where all of the error are going to be redirected and displayed. Okay, you can design as per your requirement. Here I have just given an example how you can implement the error handling at the centralized place. Okay, now further we are going to implement our home and contact route, and once it's done, then ultimately we are going to build our application and deploy. Okay, now let's proceed for the implementation of home and contact route. Now once user click on home link, then they should be able to see the list of recently added books. Okay, so session expired. As of now, we have given the session for 10 seconds. Now let's change that. So here we are going to give as a 900 seconds. Okay, now let's implement our home page. So home page is coming from the index controller. So here on get index function, we are going to find out books that is being added recently. Okay, create a const books. Let's give type as any equal to, we are going to fetch the data from the database. So await book dot find, and then we are going to use the sort method. Okay, dot sort, and we are going to sort on the basis of created at time. Okay, so here we will pass as a created at in the descending order. Okay, so now it would be in a descending order. Here it's not finding the book, so let's add it. Let's import this book. Import book from, let's copy it from the book controller, model book. Okay, let's take for the author as well. Okay, so now here we are using as await, so we have to use function as async as well. Now once our list is getting sorted, then we have to find out only two books. Okay, so now use the limit for 2. Okay, and now we will execute our query. Okay, so now it's going to give the result for 2 books which is recently added. Okay, and we will pass this books information inside our index page. Now let's pass this book, since we have to bind these books to our index page. Okay, now let's go back to our index page. Here we will use the same template that we have used for our book index page. So here I'll copy the entire things from here and let's paste it in our index page. And so here we are not required any form here, so we will remove the form, and we are not required any. So now control A, control KF. Now it should be recently added, and then we are going to render our book grid. Okay, and in our book grid we have to pass our book information. So here comma, and here we are going to pass our books. Okay, our server is up. Now let's test it. Sign in. It's giving some error. Let's see what exact error is. So here it's showing could not find the include file partial book grid. Okay, so it's not getting binded. Let's see why. Because we are having here inside partial we have book grid, and we are using inside our index. Okay, and this index is outside of this partial. Okay, so here from the root directory partials we have to use bookgrid.ejs. Okay, now let's test it once again. Let's save it. Now server is up. Let's refresh this page. Yeah, so now we are able to see here recently added books. Last time we added Michael Jordan, and then after that we added Malala. So we are seeing here 2 books which were recently added. Now if you see here, we are not able to see the author details. Okay, because we have not binded our author. So now let's fix this issue. So in our index controller here, so we know that we have to use the populate. Okay, so here we find our 2 books, then after that we have to use our populate method. Populate. And what we have to populate? We have to populate author. Okay, so here author. Now hopefully we would be able to see that author detail as well. So now our server is up. So let's see and refresh this page once again. Yep, if you see here, now we are able to see our author detail as well. Now let's go back to our book index page. Here these 2 books were added lastly, so these 2 books were coming on our home index page. Okay, now let's add some more book. I'm going to add over here Harry Potter, and author is J.K. Rowling. Let's give some date over here and give page count random 234 and give the description here magic story. Now save it. As soon as we save it, it went to our index page and data is getting stored to the database. And now if we go to the home page, so here we will see the last 2 added books. Just now we added Harry Potter and previously we had added Michael Jordan. So now we can see only 2 books on the home page. Okay, now let's add few more books. Add books. Now we are going to add Hobbit, the Hobbit, and now select the author. Just select as Christina Lamb, and here 27 and 5456, and then magic story. Save it. As soon as we save it, it's redirected to our index page, and here we can see the book detail. Okay, now let me add one more book. Let's add The Girl of Ink and Stars. The Girl of Ink and Stars. Select author. Let's give us a J.K. Rowling, and 5 page count as 56. Now description. Let's give as a tale of wonder. Okay, now this book also added. Let's add one more book, The Handmaid's Tale. Okay, so now The Handmaid's Tale. Select author. I'm just selecting J.K. Rowling. 29th page count as of 454. Description, a tale of wonder. Okay, now save it. So now you can see, as soon as we are adding the record, it's coming to our search book page, index page, and here we can see our all the divs are getting wrapped. Okay, and if you go to the home page, recently we had added a Handmaid's Tale and The Girl of Ink and Stars. So these 2 books are getting displayed over here. So we have implemented our home page as well. Now let's implement our contact page. Once user is going to click on contact link, then it should redirect to our contact page. So now let's create a contact route. So let's go back to our Visual Studio. Here inside our controller, let's create a contact controller. So let's copy the index controller and paste inside our controllers itself. Okay. So now let's rename it. I'm going to make it as a contact controller. Here I'm going to make as a contact controller. So here we will use the get contact and save contact. Okay. Now we will remove all those things from here and we will export this contact controller. Okay. Now let's close this terminal. Now in the get contact, let's render our contact page. So here I'm going to response.render and we are going to use contact index. Okay. So far we have not created our index template inside contact. So we will create that for now. And then after that we have to pass our user detail. Okay. And user detail that we will get from our request user. So here const user equal to request dot users. Control A, Control KF, formatted now. And we will implement the save functionality later on. Now let's create a template inside our contact. So we are going to create one more folder inside view as a contact, and inside contact we are going to create an index page. Okay. So here index.ejs. Now let me use a template for our contact page. Now let's paste it. So I have used a template over here which I have been already created. So if you see here I have taken a form and action I have given as a contact. Okay, as a post method that I'm going to save it into the database. Okay, and here I have given my contact detail over here, my Gmail ID, phone number, address, and then after that I have given name. So you can provide your name here, and then after that your email address, then you can provide your email address, then you can put your subject, and then you can provide your message. Okay, and finally here we have a button as close button, and then we have a save button. Once user will click on save button, then this form data is going to be saved to our database. Okay, now let's create a model as well. So I'm just going to copy this user model and paste it here only, and typing name as a contact.ts. So here in contact.ts I'm going to iUser as iContact, contact iUser, iContact, iUser, contact. What all the fields that we are going to use. Now let's add all the fields over here. So we are using name and it's required true. We are not going to use as an index or unique true here. We remove it, and then we are using email. So it would be type string and required, and then we are using subject, and here we are going to use the required true. Okay, and lastly we are going to use the message. Okay, now remove this line, it's not required anymore. So now our contact schema is ready, contact model is ready. We are going to add this contact schema over here. Okay, so our contact model is ready. Now we will implement our save functionality. So let's go back to our contact controller. Here we are going to make an object of contact. So here const contact, and that is new contact, and inside that we are going to pass all our properties. Okay, so here we have a name, and that we are going to get from request.body, body.name, and then we are taking 4 more property over here, and email, and then we are going to use the subject, and then finally we are having message. Okay, here let's import our contact. Let's import manually contact from model contact. So here we are not, here we have given misspelled as a CONTACT. Okay, so it should be contact. Now once we get the information for all the contact detail, then const new contact equal to, we have to save that. Okay, so saving to the database. So let's await, and contact dot save. Okay, and once record is getting saved, then we have to redirect to our index page. Okay, so response dot redirect, let's redirect to our index page. Okay, so our save functionality is also completed. Now let's add these route to our contact route inside our route folder. We don't have any route contact route file, so let's create it, rename it as a contact route. Now inside this, let me remove all this and remove one get. Okay, So here by default we would be having our get route, get contact, and here this is our contact controller. Now let's import this contact controller here. Contact controller. Okay. Now let's use this contact controller over here, and here save contact. Save contact. Okay. And now we have to add this contact route to our express router. Okay. So go to our server.ts file here. Now let's add it, contact, and here it would be contact router. Okay. And now this contact router needs to be imported. So let's import this contact router, and here we will be having as a contact route. Okay. So hopefully this should be working. Our server is getting ready. Yep, our server is ready now. Let's test it. So let's log in once again, sign in, and once user click on the contact page, so it's showing some problem. Let's see what is the issue we have. Cannot find contact, C-O-N-T-A-C-T. Okay, so there is some problem here. It's a typo. Let's search it here in the header page. Here's C-O-N-T-A-C-T. Okay, full it should be fine. Now let's save it and refresh this page once again. Sign in and click on the contact page. As soon as we click on the contact page, we see here this is contact us. This is my email ID, my phone number, and this is my address. Okay. Now if you want to contact us, so you can just put your name, Alok Kumar, and then put your email, alok.kumar@gmail.com, and then subject. In the subject you can mention thank you, and in the message please subscribe my channel. Okay. Now let's save it. So its saving is having some issue. Let's see. Cannot find contact on the server. Okay. So let's see here in the contact route. Oh, so here we have given register. Sorry. So let's update with the contact. Okay. Now server is ready. Now refresh this page here. Alok Kumar and alok.kumar.@gmail.com, and then subject thank you, message please subscribe my channel. Let's save it. Still it's not getting saved. Cannot find contact on the server. Okay, so here we have passing contact, and then we are having contact controller, save contact. It's okay. Now let's go to our server.ts file. Here we are passing as a contact. That's correct. And save contact, and let's check our index page, contact index page. Here contact and method is post. In the contact route, here we are passing the method as post. Okay, so everything looks good. Let's sign in. Contact a. Okay, let's save it. It's not saving. Cannot find contact on the server. Yeah, sorry, I got it. So basically here we are passing the post, and we are already using the contact, and then after that we are using our contact on top of one more contact. Okay, so that's the reason it's not getting called. Here basically it would be a default route as a post method. Okay, so hopefully this should be working this time. Now let's sign in once again. Go to contact, and here Alok Kumar, alok.kumar@gmail.com, and subject thank you, and message please subscribe my channel. Okay, now let's save it. Yeah, so it's successfully saved. Now let's check into the database. Now browse collection. Here in our library management we have our contact collection. Inside contact collection our data is getting stored. Okay, so now we have completed our error handling as well as our home and contact route. Okay, now further we are going to build our application, and then we will deploy it. Okay, but before that let's do some cleanup in the code. So let's start from the beginning. We will see in the config.ts everything looks good over here. In the author controller, let's control KF, so everything is formatted. Now book controller, here we are author controller we are not using, so we'll remove it, and control A, control KF, so everything looks good over here. Now go to the contact page. Here just now we have created, here we are not using author and book, so remove this. And index controller, here we are not using author, so remove this, as well as we are going to remove our console log. So let's first remove everything if we are using. So here now we are not using try catch block anymore, so remove this. Here also remove try block, here also remove try block. Yep, so we have removed try block. Now control A, control KF, so it's getting formatted. Now in the error handler, yep, everything looks good. Now verify token, yep, looks good. Now go to the model. This is our author model. Everything looks good over here in the book. Yep, looks good. Now go to the contact, good, and user, control A, control KF. Now go to our, here this is our public folder where we have all our image and the script. Here I have validation.js file, and here I have style.css. Okay. Now in the route, so we have our route. Okay, this is all our post and contact route, control A, control KF. Now go to index route. Yeah, looks good. User route, it's also looking good. Control A, control KF, and then go to our view. Control A, control KF, index page, new, control A, control KF. Okay, now go to author view, control K, control F. Similarly, we can do for the other pages as well. Okay, I'm not going to do for the other pages. Now let's see the server.ts file here, control A, control KF. So everything looks good. Now let's commit the code what we have done so far. So open a git bash terminal, git status, git add dot, it's going to add all those files. Now let's check again git status. Now let's commit all those files, git commit -m, and give the message as implemented, home, and contact route, and error handling. So all these files have been committed. Now we are at a branch as of v7. Now let's create a new branch, git branch -m version 8. Okay, sorry, it's -m version 8. So now we are at the version 8. Now git push origin head. So meanwhile it's getting pushed, let's open our GitHub. Here go to the library management, and if you see here, as just now our v8 branch is committed. Okay, so go to our src folder, and inside we have our, let's see if we any model. So we have our contact model over here. Okay, so code have been committed and pushed to our repository. Now further we are going to work on build the application, and then after that we will deploy it. Okay, now further we are going to build our application. Now let's flip to the Visual Studio. So if you remember that in our first part we have already did the configuration for our build application. So let's go to our package.json file. Here we have written the command build all. So this command is going to be first of all clean build, and here our tsc command is going to compile all those TypeScript file and convert into the JavaScript. Okay, and finally our start command is going to run the application. Now let's open one more git bash terminal over here. Let's close other files. Now here we are going to run our npm run build all command. Okay, so once we run our npm run build all command, first of all it's going to clean. So it's going to delete this build folder, and then after that it's going to compile. So all this TypeScript file is getting compiled, and then it's converting into the JavaScript file and copying it to the build folder. Okay, and finally it's going to start the application from the build folder. So if you see here, now build folder has been deleted, and now it's compiling. Our TypeScript compiler is compiling all our TypeScript file. So now it's compiled. You can see now in the build folder we have all of our JavaScript file which is being transpiled from TypeScript to JavaScript. So it's showing like port 4001 is already been used. Okay, so yep. So now let's close this. Now go back to our git bash terminal. Let's run it once again. So now it's executing our npm run all clean tsc, all the commands subsequently. So here if you see, build folder has been cleaned, and now it's compiling. Yep, it's compiled now. You can see here all the folders, and if you go our controller, if you see all the controller files are converted from TypeScript to JavaScript file. In the route also all the routes are converted from TypeScript to JavaScript file. Okay, now our application is running from this build folder. Now let's see. So it's giving an error, failed to look up view error in the view directory. Okay, so why? Because of all these files are being copied except our public folder as well as our view folder. Okay, because these two folders are not having any TypeScript file, that's the reason these two folders are not being copied over there. Okay, so now let's copy with the shell scripting. So let's create another folder over here, the root level as a tools. Here I'm just going to create and one more file here as a copy assets.ts. Inside copy assets, I'm going to use module shell.js. Let's hide this terminal. So here I'm going to import star as shell from shell.js. Okay, now let's install this shell.js. So let's open one more command prompt here, npm install @types shell.js. Okay, so shell.js has been installed. Now here we can use our shell.copy. So here cp is the function name where we can copy the files from source to destination. Okay, so now the first parameter is here that we have to pass -r. -r is basically copy the files recursively inside the folders. Okay, now here we will give the source is src and views. This is the file that we are going to copy it to, and destination is build src. Okay, inside build src folder all the views are getting copied. Similarly we have to do for the public folder as well. Okay, build views and then our public folder should goes to our build public. Okay, basically it should goes to our build folder directly. Okay, because we are copying everything here. Now it should be working fine. Now let's control C and npm run build all. It's a bit time consuming, but it definitely it's work. So our build directory deleted now. Now our tsc command executing. Now tsc done. Now it's copying the file. Now it's running our application. Now our server is up and running on 4001 port from this build folder. Now let's verify this build folder. So if you see config controller middleware model public, yeah, so all these files are being copied there, and inside the view all the view files are also being copied inside the view folder. Okay, now let's see if it's been working or not. So let's refresh this page. Yeah, now let's sign in. Now we are executing from the build folder. So if you go to the author, go to the book and go to the contact. So if you see here, we have completed our build and executed from our build folder. So it's working absolutely fine for each and every route. Now further we'll proceed for the deployment. So first of all, I'm going to deploy this application on our local IIS server. Yes, we can deploy our node application on our IIS server as well. So let's see how we can do that. But before that, let's commit our the code, whatever we have done so far. So here in our git bash command, check git status. Now let's add all these files. So git add dot. Okay. Now let's create a new branch. As of now, we are on v8. So git branch -m, and I'm going to branch give as a v9. Okay. Now git commit build completed. So now as of now we are on v9 branch. Now let's push the code. Git push origin head. Okay, so all the code have been pushed. Now if you want to take the reference, you can take the reference from the GitHub. Now further we are going to do the deployment in our IIS server. Okay, whenever we do the deployment in our production environment, then we have to take care of several things, and one of them is error logging. So we cannot simply console.log in our production environment because we cannot see the console there, right? So we have to write our error somewhere in the file system. So we have to implement some logging mechanism over there in our production environment. As of now, we are having a lot of loggers available for our node application, like Morgan logger, Winston logger, log4j.s logger. Here I'm going to implement log4j.s logger, and I'll remove all the console logs from the application. Okay, so now let's see what all the changes we need to do to implement our log4j.s logger. So first of all, I'm going to create a logger file inside our middleware folder. So create a logger file, logger.ts. Okay, and inside this logger.ts I'm going to use log4j.s. Okay, so now let's install the log4j.s module, npm install log4j.s, and meanwhile let's import this file. Import log4j.s from log4j.s. Okay, And once we have imported, then after that we have to configure it. Okay, so now let's use the configuration const config as, let's create a type of any, and inside this object we are going to use the appender and categories. Okay, appenders, and then we are going to use the category. So first of all, let's give the value inside the appenders. So we have to give the file type. Okay, so here we are going to give file, and that would be a type of file. Okay, inside that we have to provide all the property. So it would be type, and type would be file. Okay, then we have to provide the file name also, where we have to log our data. Okay, so file name, and file name we are going to provide as a here at the root level we are going to create logs, and then inside the logs we are going to create the error.log file. Okay, and we, as well as we can provide our console also. So here we can provide console, and inside that we can provide as a type as a console. Okay, and once we have done with our appender, we have to provide our categories, and inside these categories we have to provide error and default. Okay, so now let's provide the categories here. I'm going to provide the two category here. One category is error, and inside the error we are going to add the appenders. What appenders that we are going to use? Appenders, I'm going to use the file. Okay, here that file that we have given, file appenders. Okay, and then we have to give the label as well, and label would be error. Similarly, we have to provide the default as well. Default is mandatory. Okay, so here default also I'm going to provide as a file, and label as a info. Okay, now once we have, this is config. So once we have done with our config, then we have to configure our log4j. So here we can use log4js.configure. Here we have a method as a configure, and we can simply pass this config data inside our configure method. Okay, so here config, that's it. Okay, and once it is done, then we have to export our log4js, because we are going to import in our several pages wherever it's required. Okay, so now here export default. I have already explained about the default export. So log4js. Okay, so now here we have exported our log4js. Now this logger can be implemented anywhere in the system. Okay, so now let's save it. Now let's implement this log4js logger inside our error handler page. So here we are writing our console log. Okay, so now we are not going to use this console log anymore. So we will comment this line, and in place of that we are going to use our log4js. So first of all, we have to import our log4js file here. So here we will write import log4js from, we are going to use logger, right? And then we have to now here write console const logger. Okay, and that we are, and here we have in our log4js there is a method get logger. Okay, so we can get the type of logger. We have console logger, we have file logger, so here we can get the file logger. Okay, so I'm just going to here write log4js dot get logger. Okay, and here we can get, we have two type, console and file. Already we have seen here, right? So here we have console and file. So I'm going to take the file one. Okay, so here I'm going to use the file. I'll simply give it the file. Now we have the logger over here. Now we just have to log the data. Okay, so what we will do here, logger dot, here we have several things, logger dot info, logger dot error. Okay, so we can just do the logger dot error. Okay, and simply we can log the error detail over here. That's it. So all done. If any error will come into the system, it's going to log the error in our logger file. So let's create a logger file as well. At the root level, I'm going to create a folder as logs, and inside this error log we should be having a file as a error.log. Okay, so now let's create a file inside this folder, error.log. That's it. I think this error log file would be created automatically, but anyway. So now let's implement this logger in our server.ts file as well. Okay, so we need two things. One, that we have to import. Now let's import the logger here as well. Import log4js from middleware logger. Okay, now second thing, we have to create the logger. So we can copy this line from log4js git logger, and here. So now here we have our logger as well. Now let's do the changes wherever we have our console log. So here, in case of any error, we are writing the console.log. So in place of console.log, we are going to use logger.error. Okay, that's it. And here also we are logging console.log. Okay, now let's replace this console.log with logger.info. Okay, that's it. And now let's see anywhere else that we are using console.log. Yep, here also we are using the console.log. So we are going to replace this with logger.info. Okay, that's it. Now let's save it. So that's all the changes that we are required to do in order to implement our log4 JS logger. Okay, now let's see if it is working or not. So here we are going to nodemon, or directly we can run npm run dev, npm run dev. Okay, indirectly it's going to execute our nodemon server.ts file. So now open the error log, because now we cannot see the console log over here. Yeah, now you can see here we are seeing our log information is being logged. Okay, now further we are going to check if any error come into the system, it's going to be logged over here or not. So now let's do some changes in our environment file. Let's change the password as I'm just appending 0 over here. Now let's save it, let's stop it, and now let's run it once again. Okay, so now what will happen, our system is not going to connect with the Mongo database, so it should give an error, and that error should be logged inside our error log file. Okay, so now if you see, authentication got failed here, bad authentication, authentication failed, and log information is getting logged to our error.log file. Okay, so our logger is working as expected. Now let's change our password over here. Let's save it. So as soon as our server is ready, we would be able to see here the log. Okay, and that would be only information. So now here you can see information have been logged. So our database connected successfully and server is running on port 4001. Okay, there is a one more possibility that any uncaught exception are there in the system. Okay, so in order to handle those exceptions, we have to write here process.on, and here we have to write uncaught exceptions. And whenever we have the uncaught exception, then we have to call a callback function. Okay, so I'm going to write a callback function. This is exception. I'm going to write a callback function over here. So function, and inside that we would be getting the error, and here. Okay, now simply we can just log our error here, and we will mention here that this is our uncaught exception, and here we will add $sign curly bracket. Okay, and we will give the error. Now let's control A, control KF. This file is getting formatted. So now everything is handled from the logging perspective. Now let's do one more thing. So whenever we are in the production, we are required our favy icon file to configure. Okay, here in our public folder, I'm going to copy this. Here I'm going to copy our icon file. So let's go to our reveal in the file explorer. Inside this public folder, our icon file. Okay, and now we will configure this icon file, because this icon file is going to be served by a get request. So we will create a request over here. So I'm just going to copy this, and here I'll mention as a get icon, and this get icon is going to be respond from the response.send file, because now we are going to send the file, and we are going to send the file as a favicon.ico. Okay, ICO, that's all, because we have configured our static folder as a public, and directly we have given this icon file inside our public folder, so we have not to append any path over here. Okay, so we can directly write like this. Now we need to call this in our router file. So go to our route file here in our index router. Here I'm going to, and that particular favy icon file is getting by the favicon.ico. Okay, so favy. Okay, now let's save this file. So we have configured our icon. So now let's see if it's working or not. So already our application is running. Now let's go back to our application. So now let's refresh. So if you see here, we are able to see the icon here on the browser title bar. Now let's log into the application. Here I have noticed one more thing, that if I sign out, then it's going to delete our one of the record. Okay, so now let me show you. First of all, let's go to our book, and I'm going to add one more book here. Here just test delete. I'm going to author as a JK Rowling, and here I'm going to 27 page count and 334 and giving book. Okay, and now here test. Now let's save it. Okay, now if you see, once I'll sign out, then it's going to delete this record. Okay, so let's sign out. See, if you see the URL here, it's going to the method delete. Why this is happening? Let's see that. If we go to our header.egs file that is there inside the view partial, and this is our header.egs file. Okay, so here we have not given the ID for this form. Okay, and here we are checking the form. So whatever form it is getting, it's going to be submit with that. Okay, so let's give an ID over here for this form. So I'm going to give an ID here, and that I will give ID as a form sign out. Okay, and I'm going to take this form sign out ID over here, and this is has that selector is required whenever we are using the ID. And if we are using the class, then we are using to dot. Okay, in order to select any element in the jQuery, because here we are using the jQuery, right? So now we should be good. Let's save it. Now let's see if this is working as expected or not. So go to our application, refresh it, now log in it. Now if I go to the book and I sign out, user goes sign out and it's not deleting any record. So this is working as expected. Now let's comment all the console logs which we have in our application. So go to our src folder and here find in folder, and we are going to find console.log. Okay, so if you see here, these many console logs have been used. So we are going to comment all those consoles. So I'm going to use Control Shift H. So here I can replace my console log // and then console log. Okay, this is already being commented, so I'm going to remove this. So these author controller, book controller, and user controller, all the console log will be commented. Let's do it. So all these console log have been commented. Now one more thing we have here in our config.ts file. If you see here, we have given hard coded value as a port. Okay, so here we are going to use the server port from the our environment configuration file. Okay, so here we will give, and if you see in our environment file, here we are having a server.port. So we are going to use it here, server.port. Okay, it's better to use all in caps if you are using, then server_port, and same we are going to use it in our config.ts file as well. Okay, so now most of the changes are done. Now let's check if everything is working fine. Go to our application, refresh this page, sign in. Yep, it seems like everything is working. Go to author, book, contact, and sign out. So everything is working now. So now our application is ready to deploy. In our next section, we are going to see how we are going to deploy our application in IIS server. But before that, let's commit all the changes what we have done so far. So here I'm going to open a git bash terminal. Here I'm going to check git status. So if you see here, let me make it a bit bigger. All these files have been changed. So now I'm going to add all those files. So git add dot, it's going to add all those files for the commit. So why git, yeah, git add dot. Now let's check again git status. So if you see, our error log is not, these log files are not committed, so that's okay. Now let's git commit -m, and but before that, let's create our, as of now we are in v9 branch, so let's create a new branch. So git branch -m, and we are going to give the branch as a v10. Okay, so now we are on v10 branch. If you see here right side, we can see as of now on we are on v10 branch, and here also we are on v10 branch. Now git commit -m, and then we have to give the message. Okay, here I am going to give a message as a logger implemented. Now git push origin head. Okay, so all the changes have been pushed to our repository. Now let's create a fresh build as well. So we are going to run our command npm run build all. So this command is going to execute all of our clean, compiler, copy asset, and start. All these commands are going to be executed together. I believe we are already running this. Yeah, so let's close this, otherwise it will give an error. Now if you see, cleanup already done. Now it's compilation also done, and copy asset is in progress for now. Now copy asset also completed. Now it's going to execute our application. Okay, now let's see if our application is running or not on our 4001 port. So let's, yep, so if you see here, now on 4001 port our application is running. This application is running from our build folder. Okay, so everything is working as expected, and now our application is ready for the deployment. So now in our next section we are going to deploy our application in IIS server, and we will see what all the steps are involved step by step in our deployment. So now let's see that. Now let's start the deployment. In order to deploy in IIS, we have to do some setup. So let's do that setup first. Here I'm going to provide all those setup steps in our README file. So let me add at the root level here a README file, readme.md. Okay, and here I'm going to provide you all the steps that we are going to follow for our deployment. Okay, so these all are the steps that we have to follow. First of all, we have to install IIS node. Okay, so let's first install the IIS node. Go to our browser. Here from its official website you can download the latest version. As of now this version is supporting our Windows 10 and 11 both. Okay, so let me download this file. Here I'm going to use 64-bit. Once it's been downloaded, now let's install it. Accept, install, yes. So now we have installed our Node.js. Now let's do the next step. So after installing MSI, it will add the new module called IIS node, which point to a DLL. Okay, so now let's see that. Open your IIS. So here we have inetmgr. Now here you can verify that inside our module, and if you see here, now we are seeing here IIS node, and this is pointing to our program file IIS node and IIS node.dll. Okay, now let's see the next step. Open your IIS manager. At the server level, feature delegation handler mapping needs to be read write. Okay, so now let's see that. At the server level, here we have the feature delegation. Open this feature delegation, and we should be having here handler mapping, and this handler mapping needs to be having read write access. Okay, and suppose that you are seeing only read only access over here, then we can change it as a read write access. Okay, now let's see the next step. Now we need to create an application with its own application pool and pointing where created our node.js app with the port. Okay, so now let's create our site. Go to our IIS. So here we are going to create a new site, but before creating a new site, let's copy our all the build file inside our www root folder. So here we have all our files. This is our build folder. So let's go to our reveal in the file explorer. Now we need to copy all these files inside our www root folder. So here you can find your www root folder over here in C drive inside inetpub, and then here you can find it www root. Okay, now here I'm going to create a application as a library, and inside this library I'm going to copy all those files. Okay, all my files have been copied here. If you see here, we are not seeing the node module folder, right? So we have to install that all those modules here as well at the server side. Okay, so now let's open a command prompt, and node.js command prompt, run as administrator, and here we can take this path and cd change directory. Now we are in this directory. Okay, now we have to run our npm install. So our npm install is running. Let's get it finished first. So now if you see here, our node module folders have been created and all the modules are getting installed. So the modules have been installed now. Now let's give a port over here, our environment file. So already we have the port 4001. Let's give a port as a 5001, and we can save it. It's required the administrator mode. Yes, now it's going to be run as administrator. Now it's open in administrator mode. Now let's save it. Control S. So now we are going to execute our application on port number 5001. Okay, and now let's do one more changes here in our server file. So if you see here in our server file, we have given the configuration here for all our static pages as a src public, right? So as of now we don't have src, so we are going to give directly as a public. Okay, now let's save it. So Now let's go back to our IIS, and here we are going to create a site, add site, and I'm going to give name site as a library, and here I'm going to give the physical path as C initpub and www-root, and then here we have library just now which we have configured. Okay, and here we are going to assign some port. Now our application is going to run on 5001, so here we will assign just 5000. Okay, because IIS node is taking care of creating server and exposing the port from own itself, and that is already we have defined in our environment file, that is 5001. So here we can give any port apart from 5001. Okay, now let's save it. So as soon as you save it, you can see here we have created our site, and there is application pool also created correspondingly named as library. Okay, so now go to our website here. Now let's go to our next step. Next step is in our IIS manager, your site handler mapping module. Add the module mapping as a IIS node and path as a server.js. Okay, so now let's go to our IIS here. So here we have handler mapping. Inside our handler mapping, we are not seeing here node, IIS node, so we are going to add it. So now let's add a module mapping over here. Here we have to give the request path as a server.js, and then we can add the module as IIS node. From here you can select IIS node, and then after that we can give name also as a IIS node. Okay, now let's click OK. As soon as you click on OK, you will see in our folder there is a web.config file created. Okay, in this web.config file we are seeing here handler is added as a IIS node and path is server.js and module is IIS node. Okay, so if you see in our readme file here we have added this handler. Okay, now the next thing we are going to configure our rewrite URL. Okay, rewrite module to index.js in the web.config file. Okay, so now let's see how we can do that. Go to our IIS here in our application. If you see here we have rewrite URL rewrite. Okay, double click on that. Here you can add a rule. You can just create a blank rule here, and now here we can give the name as node.js, and pattern we have to give for all. So dot star, that the pattern that we are going to give, and then we have to give our accent type. Accent type would be rewrite, and then we have to give our rewrite URL as a server.js. Okay, now we have to select our stop processing of subsequent rule. Okay, now let's save it, apply. Now let's see the next step. Next step is verify IIS manager configure editor system.web server IIS node. It should be pointing to our C program file node server node.js node.exe file. Okay, now let's go back to our IIS. So here we have our configuration editor. Let's open it, and we have to see here if suppose that IIS node is not getting selected, so you can select it from here IIS node, and you can see the option over here, right? It needs to be pointing out to our node.exe wherever we have installed our node, right? So we have installed our node on C program file node.js node.exe. Okay, now let's save it, and yes, now if you go back to our folder and try to open this web.config file, let's open it. Let's open with Visual Studio Code itself. So if you see here we have a handler as a IIS node, and we have given path as a server.js module IIS node. So here we have our configuration for our handler, and here we have configuration for our rewrite URL, and finally we have our node processing command line. So these all configurations are necessary in order to execute our node application on IIS. Okay, now let's close this file. So the same configuration file which I have given over here might be in case you required in the future for the reference. Okay, now the next step, we have to give access to the IIS user for our application folder. So now let's go to our library folder inside our www root, and here what we can do, we have to go to the property for this particular folder and go to the security, and here we can edit our permission. And here if you don't find IIS user, so what you can do, you can just try add, and here IIS underscore I USR, yes, okay, and you can just check name. So you will find it here, user, this group, okay. So you can just click on OK, and then after that select this group, and then you can provide the access, allow for full control, modify and write, okay. Now let's apply. So permission are getting applied for our ISI users. Yep, so it's done now. Now let's go back to our IIS and let's try to run our application. So here we have browse 5000, but in fact our application is should be running on 5001, okay. So let's give 5001. Yep, so our application is running. Now let's sign in. Yep, so it's working. So if you see here, our application has been deployed to our IIS and it's running on 5001 port, okay. Now let's change the port in our root folder. Here library, and here we have our environment file. Let's change the port. So now here we have, let's change the port as a 5002. Save it, and now let's go back to our IIS once again and we can restart. Now let's restart our application pool. Stop and start. Now let's go back to our application. Here now let's browse, and now if we try to run on our 5001, our application won't be working, right? So now let's see the port on 5002. So you can see our 5002, our application is started working, right? So now let's log in and see if all the functionality are working or not. So q @q, you remember that we have the user and password 123, okay. Now let's sign in. Yep, so it's working as expected. It's redirecting to our home page. Let's go to the author. This is also working, and let's go to the book. So book is also working as expected. Now go to the contact. This is also working, and now let's sign out. So our application is working and we can see the log as well. So our application should be having the log. So now let's see here, see if log folders have been created, and inside the log there is an error file generated, okay. And you can check it. If you see database connected successfully, earlier that we have connected to our 5001 port, and then after that we have connected to our 5002 port, okay. So and here it's JWT token that was required. So our application is working as expected, as well as we have deployed our application in IIS, as well as if you would like to deploy this application into the Docker container, that we can also do. We can create our Docker file and we can create the image and we can create a container for our image, okay, and we can run our application from Docker container. That I can do in a later session, and if you want that video, please comment me, I'll make that video for you. And here I'm going to complete this project, but still if you guys are having some issues or any concerns or anything is not being clear, then you can reach out to me on my WhatsApp, on my Facebook or my Twitter. I'll try to fix your issues as soon as possible. And I hope that if you have created this application from scratch and you have gone through the entire part, then I'm pretty much sure that you would be able to work on any Node application, Node Express application. Might be there could be a different HTML template like EJX, Nunjax or any other things, but most of them are having the same functionality. And I try to cover most of the things which are required in the project creation from the scratch. And I try to explain each and every step so you guys can learn from the basics, okay. So at the end, friends, this is a humble request to all of you. If you have learned something from this video, then please don't go without subscribing this channel, and don't forget to press the bell icon so you can get the notification of all of my upcoming videos. And your each and every subscription gives me a lot of confidence and support to make the video like this. And I see the people are watching the video but they are not subscribing, and you guys are supporting a lot for the movies videos, for the song videos. I'm seeing a lot of subscription and comments are going for those videos but not for us. So friends, it's take a lot of effort and time to making these videos. So please subscribe, like and comment and share to the people who really need it. Thanks for watching and have a good day.